Good evening and welcome to the August 9th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Shannon, can we have a roll call, please?
Messina?
Here?
Fleming?
Here.
Ingalls?
Here.
Lutrip?
Here.
Mandel?
Here.
McCracken? Here. Ward?
Here.
Great, thank you. Can you join me for the pledge, please?
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? A little bit higher? Okay, we good? All right. Can we have approval of the June 14th minutes, please?
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
Okay, we got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. At this time, we're going to have public comment, and that is anyone who's in the audience that wants to come up and speak about any other item that is not on the agenda for our public hearing tonight. So is there anyone, excuse me, anyone here that wants to give us some public comment about anything else? No? Okay. Commissioner comments? Okay, moving right along. Missed staff comments.
No problem. Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Just a few updates for you. So for our September meeting, we just have one public hearing item, and so that'll be coming before you. The Coeur, that project will likely be in October, so just want to keep you updated on that. The Regional Housing and Growth Issues Partnership, we're continuing efforts on that, just for the public's benefit. There is a website and a Facebook page, so rhgip.com, with weekly updates and information. For commissioners, we're working on scheduling a multi-jurisdictional joint workshop with all the planning commissions of the jurisdictions involved. So Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, Rathdrum, Hayden, and Kootenai County, we're looking at convening in September for a workshop just to hear more about the partnership and talk about some of the toolkit ideas and solutions and have the ability to discuss that. It will be an open meeting, but there won't be opportunity for public comment, but it will be publicly noticed and public will be welcome to attend that. So you received an email with a doodle poll link, so please participate if you haven't and let us know your availability. For our impact fee update, we are asking for the statement of qualification, so kind of like proposals from the qualified consultants. Those are due back August 22nd. So once we get those, we'll get the review committee and then hopefully select someone and start working with you on updating our impact fees. And then lastly, a couple of updates related to our community development block grant funds. We just had an announcement today that the community opportunity grants are open. So those are available to organizations and businesses that are seeking projects that would benefit low to moderate income individuals. So there's information on the city's website about that and on our Facebook and Nextdoor app. The applications for that are due September 23rd. And we also have an emergency minor home and accessibility repair program, and that also is open for people to apply if they need assistance with a re-roof or a ramp to their home, some things to fix kind of leaky mold and bathroom issues like that. So that's my long list of announcements. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Appreciate it. Thank you. At this point, we're going to move on to public hearing, but kind of give you a review how this all works. We have two items here on our agenda, and there are sign-up sheets if you wish to address the commission, give your opinion on the public hearing. And make sure you sign up for the right one that you wish to speak on. And the way it'll work is staff will give us a presentation on each one of the public hearings, and then the applicant will give us a little presentation, and then you guys will have the chance to come up and speak if you're on the sign-up sheet. And if you can put your name and your address where you live, and then they'll come up when I call your name, and I'll swear you in, and then you have a few minutes to speak. And then after all the public input is given, the applicant has a few minutes to come back and perhaps address some of the questions. Have a number of people here. I'm not quite sure which public hearing you're all here for, but you will get a chance to speak, provided you sign up. And if you didn't sign up and you changed your mind, before I close that public hearing, you can come up, just raise your hand. But that's how we work it. So the first public hearing is PUD 3-22, a proposed 2.3 acre PUD known as Kaufman Estates, and Tammy's going to give us a little update.
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. So this is a request for a plan unit development and a preliminary plat. So the applicant property owner is Todd Kaufman. The engineer is Olson Engineering. And the request is for the approval of a PUD on 2.23 acres and a 24-lot, 3-tract preliminary plat. So this is the area map, and the property is outlined in the red, and you can kind of see the area in the city where it's located. And this is another aerial photo showing the subject property outlined here in the red. And this is 17th Street and Steiner. And north of this area is Nettleton Gulch Road, and then Gilbert, if that gives you kind of an idea of where the property is located. So this is a bird's eye view of the subject property, and this is looking west. When I turn it the other way, the trees sort of blocked it, so I want to give you a better view of the property. So there are a couple structures on the property, an existing single-family home, and some outbuildings that will be removed. And here again is 17th Street, Steiner, and Gilbert. So the property is on the east side of 17th Street, east of Steiner, and south of Nettleton Gulch Road. And the legal notice was published in the press on July 23rd, 2022. So again, it's a request for a PUD and a 24-lot, 3-tract preliminary plat known as Kaufman Estates. So I'm going to go through quickly the modification requests through the PUD process. So the applicant is asking for lots fronting on a private street rather than a public street, allowing for twin home type construction in the R12 zoning district. A twin home is similar to a duplex, but each lot is privately owned, has its own utilities. Minimum lot area, 2,250 square feet for a twin home, each unit, rather than 3,500 square feet per unit for a duplex. Side setback, they're requesting 5 feet on one side and 0 because it's a common wall, versus the typical 5 and 10. And the street side setback would be 5 feet rather than 10. And a sidewalk on one side of the street rather than a sidewalk on both sides of that private street. And then each lot frontage would be 25 feet with frontage for each twin home lot. So this is the PUD overview. As I mentioned, this is Steiner, 17th Street, and this is the private road. And then each unit along here, and then one additional one to make a total of 24. And I'll get into it further in my presentation. This is going to be the open space area for the development as well. So there are a number of findings that I'll go through as I provide my presentation for this request. And there they are. So finding B8A, that this proposal is or is not in conformance with the 2042 Comprehensive Plan land use map. So within the city, this is the area of the subject property. And here it is again, outlined in the red, and this is designated in the land use map as compact neighborhood. You can see compact neighborhood is around the vicinity of the subject property as well. So compact zoning districts within compact neighborhood place type are 12, R17, MH8, NC, CC zoning districts. And I won't read all of the key characteristics, but it does speak to medium density residential uses located primarily in locations that are older locations where established street grid, bicycle, pedestrian facilities, and development is typically single-family duplexes, triplex, fourplex, townhome, and so on. Finding B, the design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on the adjacent properties. So this is a site photo of the subject property looking east from 17th Street and Steiner Avenue. toward the subject property. As I mentioned, there is a home sitting on the property with some outbuildings that will be removed. Further in my presentation, we talk a little bit about the property. It tapers a little bit to the 17th Street side and is higher on elevation here. This is a view from 17th Street, looking northeast at the portion of the subject property. So this is looking north at the neighbor's fence. And this is a view from the center of the property looking west towards 17th Street and Steiner Avenue. So this is Steiner and 17th. A view from the western edge of the subject property looking west towards Steiner. This is going west on Steiner. And a view from 17th Street and Steiner Avenue looking south, with the subject property located here. And so this is 17th and Gilbert is down here. And this is a view from 17th Street looking north toward Nettleton Gulch Road, which Nettleton is up here. So as far as zoning in this area, this is the subject property, which is currently zoned R12, and you can see the neighboring properties are also zoned R12, with this being a PUD. Land use, the yellow indicates single-family dwellings around here. We've got some duplexes and some multifamily located in this area as well. Finding B8C, the proposal is or is not compatible with the natural features of the site and adjoining properties. So as I mentioned, the property is sitting a little higher here and it does taper this way. There are some single families on larger lots to the north, east, and west. And then the natural features of the site are consistent with the natural features of the surrounding properties to the east, including residential houses on larger lots, as I mentioned. The neighborhood immediately west, including northwest and southwest, includes a mix of single-family homes, duplexes, pocket housing, and infill developments on smaller lots. So this is proposed townhome, illustrative only for lower floor plan, and you can see there'll be the 2 units and the common wall, as I mentioned. They're requesting the 5-foot setback on each side. And this is the upper floor plan for the proposed twin home. And again, the lot layout and site plan, showing the 24 units, private road, and then the open space, which we'll get to. This is the lot layout and footprint. So they are asking for a 5-foot setback on each side versus the typical 5 and 10. 0 for the common wall. The front yard setback would remain 20 feet, which is our typical setback, and the rear yard setback would be remaining 25 feet, which is also our typical setback on a private drive. And this is the example of the architectural type anticipated, and this is the front. And this is the rear view. And then a side view. And the left side elevation. So finding B8D, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing public facilities and services. So staff did get comments from engineering, streets, water, fire, parks, and wastewater departments. And all of those comments and requirements have been provided in your staff report. The staff report does also include about 18 conditions that would be tied to this if it were approved. And city staff did indicate that there are adequate public services and facilities available. And again, there are conditions with this if it is approved. Finding B8E, the proposal does or does not provide adequate private common open space area as determined by the Planning Commission, no less than 10% of gross land area. So the proposal does provide for 11% open space, and the open space will include a grassy area, walking path, 2 park benches, a gazebo, and picnic area. And so this is the site plan showing the open space. There's a portion of it located here. And this is the area that's got the small walking path, a pet area, 2 benches. And then this will have the gazebo and a picnic area, and then grassy area. And this is a little closer up showing you the proposed open space for the northeast corner of the property. And this provides an exhibit showing you the gazebo and the picnic area in the southwest corner of the property. So as far as finding B8F, off-street parking does or does not provide parking sufficient for the users of the development. So the developer did not ask for any deviations as far as the parking. 2 parking stalls are required per unit, and they have met that for this request. Finding B8G, proposal does or does not provide for an acceptable method for perpetual maintenance of all common property. So the applicant did provide some information showing that they would be submitting paperwork as far as the HOA and perpetual maintenance of all the areas required, such as open space and private roads and so on. And this is for the portion for the requested preliminary plat for the subdivision findings. So again, there are a number of findings that I'll go through. So first finding is B7A, that all the general preliminary plat requirements have or have not been attested to, met and is attested to by the city engineer. So our city engineer did review this and indicated that the preliminary plat contains the general plat elements required by code. And there are deviations from standards, and that's going to be handled through the PUD process. So this is, again, the preliminary plat for Kaufman Estates. Finding B7B, that provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, right-of-way easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and utilities are or not adequate. City staff has indicated that there are adequate public services and facilities that are available, and all those comments are in the staff report. And there are recommended conditions for this project. And the applicant did provide the utility improvement plans that staff did review as we reviewed this project. The street section for the private street was submitted. And then this is the street section for 17th Street. And our city engineer did review this, and there will be improvements required along the street frontage of this property, as well as paving required from Steiner all the way down to Gilbert. Finding B7C, that the proposed preliminary plat does or does not comply with all of the subdivision design standards and all of the subdivision improvement standards. So the engineering review for purpose of the plat, both subdivision and design standards and improvement standards have been vetted for compliance per our city engineer. So as I mentioned, there are 18 conditions with this preliminary plat and plan unit development request, and is at the end of your staff report. And do you have any questions for staff?
Tammy, what's the, in the R12 zoning, the height is?
32 feet.
32 feet? Okay, because I didn't see anything on our package that indicate the height of the building. And this is the first time I've heard of twin houses here. Are we using the R12 as a guideline, or is it R17 as a guideline for the twin houses? I think I read
Well,
something.
they make reference to the R17 code because that would allow that type.
Okay, but they're not asking for a zone change. But
No,
they're
this is just strictly through
referencing an
the PUD.
R17 zoning for an R12 piece of property.
Correct.
And we can
Because through the
probably-
PUD, you can ask for those type of things.
Okay, okay, that's fine. That's the only question I had. Tammy, anybody else? John?
Great presentation, thank you for that. I wonder if you could pull up, kind of any of the site plans, that'll work right there, I think. First, I wanted to ask a quick question on page 8 of the staff report. I think just for the record, I wanted to clear up, it says a statement, the subject property is not within the existing city limits. Is that an error?
Oh, yes, it is within the city limits.
It's in the city, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's
Thank you.
clear. So the other thing I want to talk about is parking. As I understand it, 17th Street would not have any parking allowed,
That is correct.
And the development, in order to meet the 2 vehicle spots per unit, 1 unit would be physically in the garage, and the second one would be in the driveway space. Is there room on that private street for either additional parking, such as for guests and whatnot?
I think that's a good question for the applicant
Okay.
team.
Okay. And then lastly, my question would be on these deviations. They seem maybe a little more, for lack of a better word, aggressive. than other PUDs? In your opinion, are these deviations consistent with other PUDs that have been approved?
I would say that they are consistent, and actually, more often than not, we see the rear yard setback being reduced, and in this case, they're, going to go with the standard 20 on the front and 25 on the rear.
Lastly, with respect to the deviations and whatnot, the unit that's to the south, right there, because of its orientation, its side yard sort of is like a rear yard setback. In a sense, I guess the reason we have a rear yard setback is that my house has some separation from the person further to the south. In this case, because it's turned that orientation with the driveway, it becomes a 5 foot to the property line. That's hugging up pretty close if I'm the property owner to the south. I'm just curious if the applicant considered some other orientation there or something, but
Probably a
Good
good
question for the
to ask.
applicant.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Peter?
This is, you wouldn't classify this as spot zoning, would you?
No, because this isn't a zone change, this is a PUD, so no.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No?
I guess my question might be better answered by the applicant, but the snow removal looks challenging, I guess, on there. And so I'd be curious, because the turnaround up by the benches, that needs to be clear for fire. So the snow can't go there. So I guess I'm kind of curious where they're expecting all the snow to go.
Yeah, good question for the applicant. Any other questions? No? All right. I don't have the sign-up sheet yet.
Victor, oh yeah, we need the applicant to obviously go before, but yeah, we'll
Okay.
collect the sign-up sheets for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Good evening. Just state your name, city you live in, and I'll swear you in.
Okay, Jeremy Terzulli. I reside in Hauser, Idaho, here representing the Kaufmans on behalf of Olson Engineering, where I am a project coordinator.
Okay, great. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
We'll go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I guess we can save some of those questions because I can clarify some of those questions towards the end if you guys have them written down, and perhaps I'll just go through my presentation first and then we'll try to offer some clarification there. So Tammy did a great job of teeing things up. So that's not right. Okay, so the planned unit development review criteria, and I've sort of summarized that per your city code on this first slide, just to kind of bullet point everything. And what we'll do as a development team here is to review all the criteria and then try to state our case as to how we've met that criteria. City staff did a great job with their presentation and the staff report that we've reviewed, which it covers the common area maintenance, the level of parking required, and that we've met those requirements. To answer your question with regard to the street, it was deliberately designed to allow for parking on the south side of the street. That road section is sufficient for guest parking. Again, she touched on and brought up the fact that the city engineer has reviewed everything and that we do have adequate services, and the improvements to 17th Ave that are going to be required if this development is approved will provide the appropriate street. So I'm going to zero in on the first three of these review criteria because I believe that they are likely the most subjective and where some of the resistance to this project might come from. Location, setting, and the adjacent property uses. So its location is close to an awful lot of commercial services, neighborhood businesses. It's very close to downtown. It's in an aging neighborhood with a lot of piecemealed together developments in the area. We feel it lends itself well to this infill development. It is walkable and bikeable to streets like Best Avenue, Government Way, where services are available, and perhaps residents, if approved of this neighborhood, could theoretically walk or bike to work. Within the area and sort of the neighborhood context is a lot of single-family residences with some multifamily, some duplexes sprinkled throughout. And I think it's a common misnomer of the twin home. It looks from the street as though it's a duplex, but it's deliberately designed with that party wall so that each unit can be owned fee simple, so that perhaps people struggling to gain entry into the housing market can get in, start building some equity, and perhaps become that move-up buyer, because it's a real. We don't have a lot of product like this that is attainable, and this is a direct and deliberate attempt to try to close that gap and allow some people that maybe can't afford a single-family residence on a 7,000 square foot lot in today's housing market. And again, it's close to recreation areas throughout the community. Fernan, Canfield Mountain, Tubbs Hill, downtown, Coeur d'Alene Lake, all sort of available in this quadrant of the city so that people can recreate where they potentially would be living. And this area is what we would deem sort of a transition area from urban to suburban. The urban area being more of the city lots, 25-foot width, and then it starts to filter out. They get a little bigger, less grid-looking development, and more creatively designed subdivisions, perhaps with some curved roads and whatnot. The natural features of the property and the surrounding area. The subject property is, for the most part, it's vacant, open grassland. There are some large established trees around the perimeter. We're working hard, if we move to an approval on this, to integrate those into the project and not just mow everything down. We'd like to sit down with some of the adjacent homeowners, regardless of the outcome of this meeting, and start talking about how we can upgrade some of the fencing and create a cohesiveness, incorporating new landscaping with the existing mature trees wherever possible. We didn't identify any substantial topography issues. There is a fairly moderate incline as you leave 17th Avenue towards the east, and then it flattens out pretty well. We didn't identify any erosion concerns or any rock outcroppings or anything that would have to be worked around. So the natural features are very manageable. And again, to touch on it again, we would like to upgrade the entire perimeter of the property and help integrate it into the rest of the neighborhood and make some improvements throughout. Any deviations from code, we don't feel that they're very aggressive deviations. We've left the rear yard setback as outlined. It's simply based on the dimensional constraints of the property. It's a fairly narrow property. Getting a public right-of-way in there would have needed us to, we would have been required to then start deviating from rear yards to make that more robust street section. So the deviations are based on those dimensional constraints of the property. And again, we felt that those deviations were a reasonable ask based on what we're trying to do here. So one of the biggest things in the guiding document that was recently adopted by the city this year is the comprehensive plan. That's sort of the gold standard that we have to look at when trying to present a project like this and see if it does fit with the city's long-term goals. And so I've pointed out that throughout the comprehensive plan, not just in the land use section, these are direct quotes from that comprehensive plan that discuss in great detail that the biggest issue facing our community, not just Coeur d'Alene, but Kootenai County as a whole right now, is housing attainability in general. And that includes rental units where vacancies continue to hover around 1%. Prices keep going up. Median home sale prices in the last year at around $500,000 community-wide. It's starting to become unattainable for working class families to get into the housing market. And to reiterate, this is a direct attempt to try to be a part of the solution to that problem. So to summarize the comprehensive plan, and no project is going to check every box within the comprehensive plan, but our analysis leads us to believe that it is consistent with the Envision Coeur d'Alene Comprehensive Plan future land use map as identified, compact neighborhood, and Tammy went into great detail with that. As far as density limits, it complies with the density in the R12 zoning, 12 units per gross acre. We're not trying to exceed that. It's consistent with the compact neighborhood implementing zones and housing types. Its proximity to all the commercial services, the downtown business district and I-90 make it an ideal location for workforce housing, which is exactly what it's intended to be. And it is consistent with the core housing infill objectives as they've been workshopped over the last few months. Our reading of that document and those workshop notes lead us to believe that it aligns with those objectives very well. So there was a question regarding the R12 versus R17. So we're in the R12 zoning, but the R12 zoning doesn't allow for this housing type. So it would allow for duplexes, which wouldn't allow them to be sold per unit. You could sell the duplex lot with both units on it, but you couldn't have that party wall. That housing type is only available in the R17 zoning, so we made reference to the R17 zoning that we're designing to the twin home standard, which exists in the R17 zoning, not the R12 zoning, if that helps clarify that.
Yeah, it explains my question, and I guess question, if you don't mind, I ask Hillary, can we do that?
The PUD allows any deviations to be requested, and then any of kind of the housing types. And they could even ask for height increases, reduced setbacks, all of that. But yeah, the housing typologies
Okay.
can be requested through this process.
Okay.
And I guess 1.2, just on that, is the R12, so they already have that zoning. If they built just strictly per the density, they could actually put more units than they're asking for through the request. I don't know if that came up, but
Okay.
important to point that out. They're not asking for more, which
Right.
the common, misconception might be they're asking for increase in that or changing the zoning and the density.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to
Sure.
really get clarification on that. So we wanted to use standards that were familiar to the city, but again, the R12 has a few weird, it doesn't allow for that housing type, even though the compact neighborhood and the comprehensive plan identifies it as an acceptable housing type within here. So we didn't want a zone change to R17. We felt the cleanest path forward would be through the PUD process, asking for some of those deviations.
Okay.
So the biggest pushback that I'm picking up on right now is density. So I wanted to kind of paint a little picture of the entire area. If you look on this slide, I've got the subject property labeled subject, and I've got the gross acreage, the proposed units, and the density outlined on each one of these. And then I took one 700 feet to the west, similar size, about a half acre less, 19 units with an average of 10.8 units per gross acre. 650 feet to the south is the senior community. It's sits on 3.5 acres, 40 units with a density of 11.4 units per acre. So there are similar projects in very close proximity to this neighborhood. And the crafters of the comprehensive plan identified some of the aging, odd-shaped properties in this area of town as likely to redevelop over the next 5 to 10 years, and this happens to be one of those properties. So if we zoom out a little bit further, that just identifies the subject properties and a couple similar developments in very close proximity. I then took a snapshot of the entire neighborhood, and each one of these boxes represents right around 10 acres. Okay, so we've got 1, 2 through 6, the subject property being number 4 with the star on it. So this represents the 10 acres due north, due south, and the 3 10-acre parcels due west of this subject property. And if we take Area 1, and we add up all the dwelling units in that 10-acre piece, we wind up with over 46. There's a multifamily development here. I believe they're triplexes, but each building only has one building address, so it's greater than 46. Area 2, directly to the north, has 32 dwelling units in that 10-acre chunk. Area 3 has 51. Area 4, that is the area that we're talking about now. Currently 13 dwelling units, counting the subject property. Our proposal would yield 36 in that entire 10-acre parcel. And then 5 and 6 to the south, you've got 59 dwelling units in Area 5 and 26 dwelling units in Area 6. So I put this in here to give a broader picture of the area and what the average density is as you move city block to city block to city block. And I think this paints a pretty clear picture that even with this proposal, and even if we took a few more of these slightly larger lots, and let's say these property owners chose to create a flag lot and perhaps put a duplex that is an outright allowed use back here, or perhaps back here, or here, or here, we would still be sitting somewhere in that low 40s for number of dwelling units in this 10-acre piece, which is incredibly consistent across the entire area. So the additional criteria, there's going to be a lot of redundancy because Tammy went over this a lot. Multiple meetings with the staff during our design process so that we knew we were in compliance. We've read the conditions provided by all of the different city agencies, the street departments, fire, water, wastewater planning. We're okay with all the conditions as we've seen them. We exceed the open space that's required through the PUD process. CC&Rs and the HOA will be created to maintain the road, the open space, and to create a general restrictions on storage in front yards and those types of things. We've provided the necessary parking. We've designed a road that can accommodate guest parking. And I felt that the staff report was very clear that we've met all of those design criteria. And I'd like to close. There's been a lot of I'm sure a lot of people behind me are here to speak in opposition to this development. Some letters have been received. One letter in particular that was added to the record and sent to me this morning. I won't read the whole letter, but I highlighted a few parts within the letter that I feel are not helpful to this discussion and the already polarization around the housing issue in our community. And so the highlighted sentences from this individual who penned this letter said, "It couldn't be more clear that the people planning this development don't care about my neighborhood and my community." And then further down, it goes on to say, they don't care about me or my neighbors or the families who will buy the houses. They are clearly only interested in one thing, sucking as much money as they possibly can out of my community and leaving us behind to deal with it.
We also have that,
So,
let me just, let me interrupt you. I know there's probably some opinions here which are great, whether you're for or against or whatever, but be respectful for everyone that's speaking, let each person speak so we can hear them up here clearly. And your enthusiasm, as much as it might be appreciated for yourselves, it doesn't help us out any. So I'd appreciate a little cooperation down the road when we do get going. Go ahead, I'm sorry again to interrupt you. And just for clarity, we do have that letter. We do,
yes.
we did get copies
yeah,
of that
it's,
as well.
I'm sure it's in your report.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, go
So,
ahead.
those highlighted areas, as I mentioned, I just feel are very unhelpful to the discussion because 5 minutes of research would have indicated that my client, Todd Kaufman, and his sons purchased this land. They've placed their name on the subdivision. They own a local business that employs over 200 people. The downstream and upstream contractors that collaborate with their business all benefit. His additional contractors in the area started to recognize a couple of years ago, as all of us have, that housing for his employees was becoming unattainable. It was hard to retain employees or entice employees to take promotions because they still couldn't find housing. Was the genesis of the Kaufman family entering the development game. He's got plenty to do running his business. So for somebody to make a statement that is completely false, not at all helpful to the conversation, and going to do anything in the discussion to figure out what we do about the housing crisis in our area, I think it's kind of reprehensible. Do a little research, know who you're slinging mud at, and understand that there's likely not a person in this room that has contributed more of his time and resources to the betterment of this community than Todd Kaufman. Maybe do a little research next time, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
John, go right ahead. You can talk.
So, you heard me ask Tammy a question about parking. You know, I understand the city engineer would make a requirement. I don't know what it is currently, but my understanding is that 17th would not be allowed to have parking.
It's too narrow.
Too narrow.
They would not allow parking there. We will be repaving the entire street section. There were multiple discussions about widening it, but what it would do based on the proximity of the houses to the south of this, it would push those right up to the road. We all settled on the current alignment with the necessary improvements, curbing and paving.
So this is a concern that we've had with some similar PUDs, and we've had a number of infill projects over the last few years. And this one is maybe additionally constrained because, you know, there's a lot in that lot. There's 24 houses, and there's only parking for, you know, the required two vehicles per unit. And unless that private street enables parking,
Yeah, and that, we did design it to allow parking on one side of the
how
street.
many spots?
The length of the street, other than that little connector road to the south, would accommodate parking. And then I noticed somebody had pointed out snow storage. The street is designed to sheet drain, it's not crowned, and the intent would be to push the snow storage into the street side swales.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of questions, if I could, please. In the narrative that the applicant submitted, talked about, it referenced affordable housing and workforce housing. Is that something that you were able to provide here, or we just referenced the need that we are deficient in that area?
That's a tough one because it's a very subjective term at this point in time. Most of us perform our work and start our businesses as for-profit ventures. I can tell you that the intent here is not to make huge profit margin on this. However, there is an extreme amount of volatility. It seems to be stabilizing in the construction industry. Pipes, valves, lumber seems to have stabilized. I know they're gonna target a price point in a direct attempt to use the average income of their employees and say, could my employees afford this house? That is the goal, to,
I understand that, thank you. Let me, something else if I could, please. If you know, now I understand twin homes, and I understand the variances you need related to create the twin home. But if these were actual regular duplexes, what kind of density could you get on this property without the additional variances, private drives and so on?
12 units per acre.
That's what's allowed. Could you actually get 12 units on that property as true duplexes
So at
with the public
12
street,
point-
sidewalks and so on?
So at 12 per 2.3, you're asking me, could we get 28 instead of 24?
You get 24 units here as twin homes with certain variances. Some of those variances pertain to creating the twin home. Others pertain to the property itself. If you were building regular duplexes here and you had to have public streets, sidewalks on both sides, turnaround area for fire, traffic, whatever, could you still get 24 units out of that property?
We could. They'd be fairly narrow to meet they would lack depth. Really? They would lack the depth. We would have to work on the design. I believe we could, see, because we wouldn't have to put the 10% open space, which is a requirement of the PUD. We would need a fire truck turnaround, as shown. We would likely get 22 to 24 in there.
Thank you for your time.
I have a parking-related question. The guest parking along the road is parallel parking?
It would
I'm
be.
assuming. Is there the room to do like diagonal parking?
Likely no.
Like we know. Okay.
Questions? Peter?
I want to be respectful, not critical. One of the objectives is foster broad-based, inclusive community involvement. So we've got to look at the letters. I don't know how many. Have you talked to the people in the community?
Yeah, in general, this neighborhood seemed to be pretty well united against this development. I would like to extend the olive branch and talk to them however this falls afterward. This is my first one here in front of you guys, but I present about a dozen in front of Post Falls, a handful in front of Hayden, Kootenai County, Spirit Lake, Harrison, and Rathdrum. I tend to talk to people around the community. I've struck up some working relationships with different council members where we won't talk about specific projects, and we all seem to be very much aware that this is a big problem, that housing is a problem, and that at the path that we're on. So it's not just the council members, it's not just the commissioners, it's members of the community, it's, you know,
So it would be people that are concerned about this housing would be concerned about housing in general too.
so say that again?
The people that are here, I would assume, they're concerned about housing too, as you say council people are and business people.
I think they are, and
Well, I'm getting to, it's been my experience sitting up here, when you get a group of people here, maybe two, maybe 200, a lot of times they do not fully understand what is going on, what is being proposed, for various reasons. And this is sort of an opportunity for them to learn and for you to learn to talk to them. But if some of the words that you had used are sort of, they're not comforting. It's sort of challenging. I've seen some that have come here that the developer has gone to each person in the community and talked to them directly or had community meetings. And maybe you've had that, I don't know. But I'm concerned that you've communicated well enough between them. And, you know, we'll sit here and we'll listen and we'll come up to a decision, and whatever it may be. But I think, sir, it would be helpful when you criticize the people that haven't testified, if you've talked to them before and so forth. Okay, end of lecture. But I apologize for the lecture, but I really
don't think you
feel
need
this
to
way,
apologize.
because I think what will happen is we're going to have a bunch of discussion, and that's great. Believe it or not, I like to see people here. I like to hear discussion. And if everything goes as I think it should, as we will, is that after we talk, then you will step back there and you'll talk to those people. And you guys will come to a better understanding and appreciation for the project, and everybody's going to go away happy. So anyway, that's that. Now, the other part is you were about workforce housing. You said that's a hard one. Well, that's also in our comprehensive plan, and we spent 2 years on that. Now, we don't have a criterion there. I don't think the council wants to say, here's what workforce housing is. I think what they're looking for is something from the community. The community works together. I mean, we're working on, Hillary's working with a group, I know it's got a whole bunch of initials on it. Maybe you're in that group. They're trying to come up and develop something in workforce housing. And maybe that's a place to go in somehow. But it is a problem, but it also is part of our comp plan, and it's sort of incumbent upon you to come and address workforce housing, I think. And I think you did. I don't know if you want to put it in the plan or not, but what I thought I heard you say is you're going to price the product based on certain income groups of people that work for whoever Mr. Hoffman is. You know, I'm sorry, I don't know the individual. Maybe I should. He might be the mayor of our town. But that you are going to structure the price that based on some function of the salary of these workforce people that work for this individual. That's great. Would you put that in the plan? Would you make that as a condition of the PUD? I mean, you're volunteering. That would certainly address workforce housing.
I know this side would sit down, analyze the price per square foot average to build right now, and make every effort to thread that needle.
And that's really a decision I think that the council has too. But my role, I think, is to start conversation. So I'm glad to hear that you're glad to meet and talk about that. Thank you very much. I have no more questions.
I'm always open to learn, and I will try to communicate better. In my experience after these hearings, I almost always meet with folks after the fact. We have open and lively discussions regardless of the outcome. And your point is well taken. I can adjust my delivery. Thank you. Any other questions?
Clarify the height on the buildings that you're proposing. You're within the 32 feet or lower?
Yeah, well under a couple feet of foundation, likely above finished grade, 2 stories, 18 feet, and an eve height probably in the 24-foot range.
All right, so you're below the required or
Well below
maximum.
32 feet.
Okay, great. And you have 24 units, but it's actually 12 buildings, okay? And as Commissioner Ward kind of alluded to, how many units can you get there by right? pretty much the same amount, maybe a little bit less, because you have swales, parking, other little things based on what you can do tomorrow on this piece of property and didn't have to come really in front of us. So the units are going to be about the same. It might be a different product, but the amount of units on the land, you can probably get the same. Am I kind of on the right page on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would have to make some adjustments. I think it would be a less deep with, I'm not even sure. They would be less deep. The road would, the most narrow road section, I believe, for public right-of-way in the city of Coeur d'Alene is 52 feet. So it would be tight. It would be a different-looking product.
Right? Okay.
It was never part of the plan, though.
Yeah, just clarification. And as far as your presentation go, I think it was fine, and I appreciate you apologizing a few times, which is fine, but that's not that it's needed, but your presentation was fine. I didn't take any exception to it, believe me, and that's my personal feeling on the presentation and everything else. I don't think, we're here to kind of get off track of what we're actually looking at here tonight.
Yeah, I get it. It's just, it's a polarizing issue. I've been boots on the ground on this issue for the last 3 years. I can honestly tell you, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and it pops into my head, I've got an aha moment, and can I bring it to fruition? I currently don't work with any developers that don't do multiple projects in our community. I'm sure there are developers that are ready to come in here, see opportunity, and run away with bags of money if they can. I don't work with any of those individuals.
Well, I appreciate that, and the affordable housing, the cost of housing, it's very subjective. I understand that, developers, builders have to make a profit. Things have changed as far as pricing goes for materials and stuff. At the end of the day, whatever that project is going to cost you to build, it's going to cost you to build. And whatever the profit margin is, that's your profit margin, whatever you decide you want to charge. We don't have control over that. We don't have a crystal ball. As much as we want to say, hey, let's make it workforce housing or the workers for this developer and stuff.
That was the point I was trying to make. It's a very subjective term.
Exactly. And we hear this a lot of presentations of workforce housing, affordable housing. We hear all that verbiage, and that's all well taken, but that really is just a pie in the sky as far as I'm concerned. If there's no other questions, I'll bring it up to public comment at this point, and we'll have you back later.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I've got quite a few pages here, and I'll call off each name and whether you want to speak or not. And if you changed your mind, if you said no and you want to speak, come on up. And some of the names I'll probably mispronounce, so I apologize in advance, or I can't read. It's James, right off the bat, Blogren?
Blogren.
Am I close? James? Did not wish to testify. Okay, great. Mary Ann Blogren did not wish to testify. Roseanne and Kevin Jacobson does not wish to testify. Tom Paulson did not indicate if Tom wanted to testify or not. You do? Come on up, Tom. And all I ask is state your name, city you live in, and I'll swear you in.
Tom Paulson, Nettleton Gulch Road.
Okay, do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you got a few minutes, go right ahead.
I just had a question. What size are these units going to be?
Square footage,
Square foot?
that'd be.
Yeah, that
builder's
will
answer.
probably address when
Builder's
the
answer.
client comes back, but I believe it might be in the package.
No, we didn't have the
No?
plan. It went up on the screen.
Yeah, it might be, I'll have to look.
Yeah, get a look on that.
Okay.
Went up on the
Well,
screen.
he can certainly address that question.
Okay, that, to me, that just relates to the cost. My mother lives 10 blocks from there, in a 1,200 square foot house, and there's 3 houses in her neighborhood for sale, about the same size, and there's nothing under 475 for sale. You know, if you're looking at affordable housing, you're really looking at people who are working in the grocery stores or restaurants, that kind of thing. I don't see how this is affordable housing.
As I mentioned before, it's a very subjective term, unfortunately, and, yeah.
You know, so if we're trying to address that problem, I don't think this is a solution. And if you look at the densities, the housing densities around this, you know, they didn't go east hardly at all, because it transitions into county, and the transitions into larger plots for the housing that's already available. So it's changing really the character of the neighborhood. You know.
Yeah.
That's the way we see it, or I see it anyway. So, that's it. Does anybody have any questions for me?
No, we're good. All right, thank you, appreciate it. Kathy and Dick
Dura?
Deere did not indicate whether they wanted to testify or not. Okay. Kathy Moligo, I'm so bad with names sometimes. She did wish, oh, sorry.
Eliog.
You can correct me.
Eliog.
Hi,
Hi, just state your name and the city you live in, Kathy.
Kathy Mailing, Coeur d'Alene,
All
in the
right.
Best Hill Meadow neighborhood.
Okay, do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So
I
help you
do.
God.
I
Okay,
do.
go right ahead, Kathy, thank you.
So my concern is just hearing this, is I've only been in the community about 3 years, but it's a wonderful community. And one of the things about the whole area we live in, and I'm on the area in Best Hill Meadow, at the end of Best, as you cross over 15th. So it kind of butts up against Nettleton Gulch, which is where my backyard butts up against. I walk that road every single day and go through Steiner, Gilbert, Nettleton Gulch with my dogs at least once a day. And one of the good things I know about the community is in general, it's a very friendly community. We don't worry about traffic. It's a area where people enjoy the wildlife, the ability to walk down the Canfield mountain to the mountain area. I walk down Steiner, Gilbert, Nettleton Gulch literally once or twice every day. And one of the things I'm concerned about is the amount of traffic it's going to bring in, knowing that the housing development that they're proposing, is going to only provide really parking for 2 cars. And in many situations, you're going to have teenagers, friends, multiple tenants. And so it's going to add a lot more parking that's going to be required on those roads, which are already pretty well heavily trafficked. It's 25-mile-an-hour speed limit down all those roads, which is questionable how fast people travel already. And it's something I've noticed has gotten worse. And by adding more volume on the roads and putting more risk to the community, my concern is twofold, just for community members, their families, and the wildlife in that area. There's a lot of wildlife crossing those roads, so that's one of my concerns. The other one is, what do we really bring to the community as far as affordable housing? Can we guarantee that these housing costs are going to be such that it really is promoting a cost that is helping those individuals that can't afford to get into a single-family dwelling, and this is something more affordable? You look at like what Schweitzer is doing, where they're developing a whole community condominium complex, but they are pricing that so that it is affordable, so they can provide housing to their employees to keep an employment level that sustains the employment they need for that area. Are we going to accomplish that through what we're going after here? So I'm very concerned about the traffic it's going to bring in, the cars that are going to be on the roads, which those roads right now, I walk them every day, are not that wide. So, and there's already cars parked down there. Is there sufficient parking to bring in and accommodate all these additional residents that are going to come and protect our community residents who walk, dog walk, and bike those roads every single day? It's a heavily trafficked area. So those are my concerns.
Okay, well, thank you, appreciate
you.
it. All right. Michelle Lipton did not indicate. Okay. Chris Cherry, kind of have a question mark. Chris? State your name and the city you live in,
I'm Chris Carey.
city of Coeur d'Alene.
Yes, I live in Coeur
Okay,
d'Alene.
do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Well, go right ahead, Chris. Thank you.
I just drove through this area on my way here. I don't actually live in that general area, but I'm here because a friend of mine does. I drove down 17th Street, and it's just a little skinny, narrow dirt road, and there were kids riding their bikes and playing there. There's no shoulder. There's absolutely no way that you can cram 24 affordable housing units there that bring in tons of little children that need a place to play and ride their bikes. There's no way that you can cram all of this together and give them a quarter of an acre to play on. I mean, those children and their bikes shoulder to shoulder on that amount of play area gives them no room to even move. And I would also like to submit that if the object is to provide affordable housing for people, there's all kinds of that kind of housing being built in Riverstone that has been built. There's Rathdrum that has all kinds of open space, places that you can build things like that with amenities very close by. And this is being done to, they're asking for all kinds of exceptions regarding frontages and setbacks and, excuse me, sidewalks, and none of that is compatible with this neighborhood. The neighborhood is quiet. Many people have big lots. It's a project. I would suggest that you all actually, excuse me, drive through the neighborhood and see what it looks like. This is not compatible in any way, shape, or form with what the other things that are there. And just because it's, what did he say? It's an aging neighborhood, and is not an excuse to build something like this in this area. And it's not true that there isn't other land available to build this kind of affordable housing. It doesn't have to go in right there. And my last point is that real estate goes up and down, and just because it's unaffordable in Coeur d'Alene right now doesn't mean that in an economic downturn like what we had in '08 won't reduce the prices of housing here and make housing much more affordable than it is now. It could go down just a lot faster than it went up. So anyway, those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Madison Herker did not indicate? No, no, oh, okay. I believe Connor Kenna did not you want to come up? Okay, come on up, Connor. Same drill, name and city you live in.
My name is Connor Kenna. I live in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead.
All right, so I just jotted down a couple things that I wanted to go over. I also wanted to mention what you talked about earlier, that south-facing kind of extension of the square. I don't know if it's possible to bring that picture up, but if you remember, there's the rectangle and then that little spot that goes down. We are the house that shares that, and that, as it slopes downwards, as it goes to the south, it's a downhill. So any house there will be looking just like right into our backyard. So that, I don't know if that one, yeah, this.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. That particular
Yeah,
one, that is our back fence, so.
Okay.
That is a little, I mean, that'll just be directly into our house. So that was one thing I wanted to say. Another thing I wanted to point out, they were talking about trees being taken down already and wanted to leave some of that in place. There's already been a ton of trees that have been taken down since that's been bought. They're still sitting there right now, not cleared out. Probably over a dozen or more, old growth as well. The other thing, he was talking about, equity for younger families getting into houses. Me and my wife and our 2 kids, we bought in there 4 years ago, and I don't think like having a 24-plex put right there is going to make the equity of many of those houses go up. I think that would probably negatively affect, especially if people are looking right into our windows, looking right into our neighbor Dennis's windows. So that was just something that I wanted to say as well. If it's being kind of presented as a this is going to be helpful for younger people living here, I think we are younger people living here. I don't think it's going to be very helpful. Another thing I wanted to say too that just kind of sort of maybe rubbed me the wrong way is the letter that we were reading earlier. He said he'd gotten dozens of letters and then picked one negative example and highlighted just one negative part. Feels like a strange way to kind of try and paint the community as unwelcoming people. That's not really who we are. When we moved here, I felt really welcomed by everyone, but I think a 24-plex in that spot, as the lady suggested earlier, if you drive through there, it's hard to imagine just a 24 complex going up in this area. It doesn't fit at all. And I think if anyone drives through, or the people that live here would attest that they would agree with that. So I guess that's all I have to say.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Ham did not wish to testify. Sydney Kerna did not wish to testify. Richard Rainbolt, you did? Oh.
No.
Okay. Name and city.
My name's Rick Rainbolt. I live on Gilbert Avenue.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead. Thank
That's
you.
a great picture you get up here. My property makes up most of the eastern boundary of this proposed
Okay.
whatever. But anyway, family's lived in that home for me or my family for 34 years. We've seen a lot of changes around there, a lot of building. The whole subdivision to the south didn't exist. All the stuff, the high density wasn't there. My problems I've got is the density of this, call them whatever they want, it's 12 duplexes, 24 families on a little over 2 acres. So you've got almost 11 families on an acre. You take the properties around there, but many of them are 1 acre lots. The one that's aren't are about 4/10 of an acre. So you got 1 to 2 families per acre all around this, and he wants to put 11 in there. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. People have mentioned the wildlife, they live there. Their property used to be tall grass and trees. They took out all the trees. Deer don't like it. But anyway, my problems, I'm not sure how wide his main street through is here. He says he's got parking on both sides of that.
One side.
I doubt that. One side of it. Okay. Does that still allow for traffic to go both directions on that if you take one side of it for parking, or does that turn it into a mess in there? And 17th Street, if you get, well, speaking of parking, so he's got 48 cars in there. Most all families have 2. So as long as they never get much company, or they're willing to let the company park right in front of their driveway, it just doesn't. Too many cars. 17th Street, okay, they're gonna pave it. If this went through, they'd have to, in my mind, put a stop sign at the southbound 17th where it hits Gilbert. The house on the northeast corner of that intersection has a big tree on the corner. If you're westbound on Gilbert, you can't see who's southbound on 17th. You just got to kind of go through there at a few miles an hour. Then you get down, if they take Gilbert, you get down to the corner at 15th Street. You almost have to have nose of your car in the northbound lane to see who's coming south on 15th because of the fence they built for the last batch of duplexes that went down there on the corner. So I just think it's way too many for people for the area. He had his 10-acre squares up there. He stopped right at the edge of his. Take the 10 acres to the east of that, you'll find they're most all 1-acre lots with one house on each one, not 11. I just don't see this being a fit at all in our neighborhood. I guess that's all I got to say.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's see, where am I here? Patty Rainbolt, you did not wish this, no? Okay. Carrie Dolman did not wish to speak? No? Taran Johnson did not wish to speak? No? Okay. Joe Archibald? Am I getting close, Joe?
Yes. I live in Coeur d'Alene, right close to that place, and I'm the president of Best Hills Meadows Homeowners Association.
Hey, Joe. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Joe. Thank you.
I think this is ludicrous to come in with this. You can call it whatever you want. You all bought into the CDA 2030 with the density and all this other stuff. How's it working? On 15th, just down from south from Best Avenue, them people park on 15th Street because there isn't enough room to park in there. And this guy says you can park on Steiner. It's not going to work. You been out there? Have you seen it? Anybody seen it? You? Nobody's gone out there. Does anybody know Mr.
I just
Cup?
want to interrupt you. We can't go and look at a piece of,
Well, I'm just saying, you should if you're going to vote on it.
Randy, you want to address that issue, please?
This is a public hearing that the commission
I know what it is.
The commission can only make its decision based on what is presented at this hearing.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, and that's why we got what we got now.
Now, sir, the staff,
all
the
right,
staff can
Staff
review
goes
that,
out?
All right.
and the staff makes reports.
Let Joe
Okay,
continue.
now you all were handed, I guess, the report from the fire department, right? It's all on your stuff. You have all of that?
Yes.
Can the public get to see what they said about it? Did they approve it clean, 100%? Or they say you have to do this? Do we get to see any of that?
Yeah.
We
Public.
do.
So, yes?
So where would we get that? So everybody knows.
It's on the website.
Okay.
It's on the planning department.
Planning
website.
Department, okay, that works. I hope they all got that and they check it out. I think it's ludicrous to do this to that neighborhood. James and I, the next fellow's probably gonna speak, we walked that property. It's a fire hazard the way it is now, because he plowed down whatever trees were there, and they're packed up against the next property behind it. So, I mean, he's going ahead with it, whatever he's doing. This guy put on a nice presentation, it's nice pictures like the other fellow said. It's gonna be a disaster when you get people parking there. Education, do we check into what happens with, all these 24 homes, or whatever you wanna call them? Well, if they have kids, what's it gonna do to the education? How many kids are gonna come into the area? Do we check that to determine that? I know we don't know how many kids they're gonna have, but that's another thing that has to be looked into. What about water? That city water, I call the water department, they're maxed out. Does anybody on the water department know about? Anyway, their last pump is on to supply water from all the, force that's being used with the water, the hot weather. That's all I gotta say. There's other people who follow up. Tom is the guy that lives close. He'll probably put out the best presentation.
All right.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, thank you, Joe, appreciate it. James Giotto? James? Giotto, sorry.
Northern Italian.
It's, okay. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead. Thank you, James.
Sir, my name is James Gerardo. I'm also a board member of the Best Hills Meadows Homeowners Association. I've lived up here in CDA for a few years. My concern with this, and I base it primarily with the traffic. We have major issues on 15th. I mean, it's already getting overwhelmed. You're going to bring in 48 cars. Let's not kid ourselves. Some of these people don't have room for storage. They're going to be using that garage for storage, not a car. So then where else are you going to put the cars? Being in Best Hills, we don't allow vehicles because of the city ordinance. They're not allowed to park on any of our city streets for the simple reason they're not wide enough for our fire trucks or police to get through in an emergency. Looking at this drawing, you put cars there, how is engine 3 going to get down there and turn around? And talking with the fire department, since I am a 31-year retired first responder, is Station 3 is already getting overwhelmed with the amount of calls that they're currently getting. Talking with one of the fire captains there, he says they sometimes average 18 to 24 calls in a 24-hour shift. You start adding this many more people in, it's going to affect me and other people that are already here if we need those services. I have my parents that are both almost in their 80s live with me. If I need that fire department, who knows how long it might take to get there if they're busy doing something else. The other issue I'm concerned about is this many homes, it's going to change our community. Now, I saw the presentation, we saw everything that was done up here where he did the 6 different plots. What I find interesting is on the west side of 15th, you see all the density. Yes, you keep going down west, you have Costco, you have Global Credit Union, you have all the other shops. But if you go east on 15th, that's where you have all the smaller homes and the larger lots, if you will. And that's my concern, because if you allow this, lo and behold, what's to prevent other people saying, we want to then do all this density, and then we're going to have more problems. I look at it as a cancer. If we don't address it right now, it's going to get worse and worse and worse heading further east. And I say that as a cancer survivor, that's why I say that. But the issue that I am concerned about is it is going to change our community. I don't have a problem with this gentleman if he wants to build something there, by all means. It's the amount and the type of housing that he wants to build that I have a problem with, because it is going to be traffic issues, and we're going to have more problems on 15th if we allow more cars coming that area. And I'm standing here both as a resident and as a homeowner association member that I want to protect my community and my home, because I intend to live there for at least 30 more years. And what I find interesting here is the gentleman that is representing Mr. Kaufman. I give him a lot of credit for coming here and everything he said, and I think he did a good presentation. But I don't know if he would feel the same way if this was being built in Hauser, where he lives. And in addition, if Mr. Kaufman is so famous and doing everything here in Coeur d'Alene, why is he not here himself addressing this community and the neighbors with our concerns? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Price is neutral and, okay, come on. Name and city.
I'm Jennifer Price, Coeur d'Alene.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Jennifer, thank you.
So my house is on 15th, or is on Gilbert, and I'm one lot from 15th. So the Shapora subdivision that someone's talked about recently, it was 3 duplexes that went in right on the corner. And that particular property and the property right across the street from it on the corner of 15th have recently sold, and they're currently being used as VRBOs. So one thing you see a lot of investment in our community, a lot of buying that's happening in our community is coming from out of the area, or second home, additional home buyers. If these are units that are priced affordably, those are going to quickly get picked up by investors, and we're looking at a potential for these being VRBOs, which is not only a lot of incoming traffic, it's also people that aren't even connected to our community, and that's one thing that's kind of concerning. Another thing is that we've all bought into this area because we enjoy the space around us. We've invested in our homes. They are old, so which means we really have to give them a lot of extra love. And so having this sudden kind of change is it's going to disrupt stuff that's outside of our edge of control, and it's making people angry. It's making people upset. We're confused. We're frustrated. So one thing about this is there are deer in this neighborhood. They live here. They're part of the neighborhood. And one thing that they mentioned, she called it number B8C, with natural features. The deer are a natural feature of our neighborhood, and this lot has been the deer's home for a long, long time. When they cut down the trees in the last year, they've been moving into all of our yards. A lot of us with larger properties are using our yards as gardens, sustainable gardens, like for our own food development. Some of us are selling as farmers markets, things like that. Like we're expanding, we're feeding ourselves, we're feeding our neighbors. Well, now we're feeding the deer beyond ourselves, and you can't do anything about it. So now I have a doe and 2 babies that are living in my backyard, and I've tried to keep them out, and I've just had to give up because I found a baby deer in my window well, which was a little difficult to get out. So this is just going to keep happening, and from that lot, they're going to get pushed into 15th, and from 15th, they're just going to die, and then we're going to have to deal with the dead deer all over the roads, and it's just frustrating and it's difficult because we appreciate those deer as part of the beauty of our landscape. And then the one last comment would be regarding the schools and the children. There are a lot of kids in our neighborhood, and I've got a 10-year-old who's always running the streets, always running around, and there's a lot of traffic coming down Gilbert already that gets there and doesn't know where to go. So they're turning around and coming back. And so there's a lot of kids on bikes, and this is just going to be more kids on bikes. Understanding this space is going to be developed because it's owned, it's someone that's looking to build. It's something to do something with this space. I would strongly encourage them to consider something less dense, like maybe just half these number of houses to give them more space around them, to kind of, rather than planting so much grass, maybe to incorporate the natural grasses and trees that are already there. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline Jakelich? Oh. Paul? Oh, no. Well, oh. Is that, no. What is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're going to have her come over here for the microphone.
She can come on this. Okay, great. Hi, Pauline. I know you live in the city of Coeur d'Alene, correct? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time. Go right ahead.
If I could have a little bit of mercy, because I'm in sensory overload. I'm homebound, and I'm not really exposed to people so much. And so, and I wrote some things down of my thoughts because I feel very strongly about this. But I just wrote it this morning and then printed it up, and it's really long, and then I forgot some things. And so if you could consider me having a little bit extra time,
Take your
and
time.
I'll cover
Take
my
as much time as you need.
But I thank you for letting me come. So I was going to, rather than, I was just going to talk about me personally, how it affects and me and my husband, and how, just to give you a feel of the neighborhood. In fact, I had in here wrote that I invited you to come to the neighborhood, walk with us and talk with us, and so you get a feel for the neighborhood, because unless you know this unique neighborhood, you just look at lines and numbers on a map. It's not the same. So it's going to be kind of disjointed here, because I have one presentation that's more of my heart, and then the one that has some concerns. I'm going to start with the concerns. I need this one. Okay, so I have an organic property, I have edible, and I'll try to read fast, but I don't have all my lung muscles.
It's all right.
So I'm doing the best I can.
Don't
I have
take your
edible
time.
plants and trees in the back of my property. I'm not convinced when they say that stormwater will all be contained on their property. Other neighbors who know more about the water situation and how it affects them can speak to that issue regarding flooding in the streets in their basements at certain times. We personally have 11 fruit trees, not counting many cherry trees, they've never counted, because we have a wooded natural area in the back. And they have little cherries we eat. And then we have dozens of blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, saskatoons, jostaberries, grapes, a vegetable garden. Well, according to a recent city council meeting, stormwater is toxic runoff of phosphorus and other chemicals from lawn care, motor oil and asbestos from cars, and E. coli from dog waste. Well, plus, I don't want any of that, but any of the cleaning chemicals when they're washing their cars to be seeping into my organic property and thus into the swale when it comes my way and go into the organic food. If the ground is frozen, all that dirty snow melts suddenly, overwhelms the swale, and would come my way. I have an environmental disaster. Even under normal conditions, there's so much pavement and roofs that I fear toxic runoff in the swale might be going down in the soil in my direction, down below. Sure, heavy flooding would run off down to 17th Street, probably. However, even under normal conditions, it would be affecting my trees. The trees extend their roots quite a ways in all directions, and they especially will grow toward wet soil in a storm swale. Trees don't understand fence lines. I'm not an expert. I don't know maybe what I'm talking about, you may say. However, I just have serious environmental concerns for my food and property. In kindness toward me, my husband maintains paths all throughout the property so I can see the plants or chase areas of sun to enjoy. These slightly uneven surfaces are also therapy to give my trunk muscles exercise so I can continue to breathe and sit upright. But if I drive on them when the ground is moist, I create ruts. The best trails are rock hard dry. Well, if there's going to be extra water seeping in the ground close to my trail, it'll inhibit my personal enjoyment of all my property. My back trail's only 1 foot from the fence. The storm swales are too close to my back fence. And it feels like, just my personal opinion, it feels like the plan is focused on using every square inch of ground and does not have proper consideration of the neighborhood. Swales too close, not enough room for a proper fence, and evergreen shrubbery on both sides around the edge of the subdivision. According to the internet, a concrete block wall at least 10 feet is required for at least some noise suppression, and that it should be camouflaged on the neighbor's side with proper mature shrubbery and trees that will completely block the fence and block the view of people from their 2-story windows. The barrier around this subdivision does not conform to this neighborhood. Even a commercial 10-foot block wall won't stop the noise waves from the second-floor bedrooms. The present neighbors will be subjected to the noise and confusion from 24 homes, including talking, TV, music, possibly arguing. 24 2-story homes in the heart of this quiet, well-established older neighborhood will be very intrusive and have a negative impact on the quality of life in this neighborhood. It would cause stress that would negatively impact our health and happiness. It will take away the peaceful enjoyment and privacy of all of our backyards. This would now be public space, just like our front yards. Besides the pollution from runoff, there'd be noise pollution, loss of peace and privacy in our backyard. There's also light pollution of the night skies if they have, streetlights, and solar loss in the day. There should be a professional shade study to measure the impact of a wall of two-story buildings so close to the north border of the property. How much solar loss will be incurred by the north neighbors, especially in the winter when the sun is lower? In my mind, there are still many unknowns. On the plans, I couldn't easily see the height of the tallest part of the building. So will there be solar loss? Will their plants in the summer not grow as well? And in the winter, will it have a negative impact during a season of cold temperatures when you need every amount of sun? John, can you put my feet up? I'm starting to get low blood pressure. Okay, so then this other thing, I'll try to go fast. Is this okay that I'm taking?
Yeah, you got another minute or so,
Okay.
sure.
All right, so it's hard for me to think. My brain is freezing, so I have to read, even though maybe some of the questions may have been answered. Others have spoken already about the location of the property, looking at the map and codes, etc., to show that this subdivision is out of character for this long-established single-family neighborhood. But I would just like to speak with you a few moments on the personal impact upon me and my husband. To you, this is just a matter of lines and numbers on a map, but to us, this is catastrophic. My husband and I have lived in this particular neighborhood for 19 years, since 2004. We came to North Idaho in 1983. After a number of years, we went to Boise for a while, then came back. Then came back north. When the kids were little, we used to love Saturday garage sales. We got to know the various neighborhoods. We used to like to drive up Nettleton Gulch just for enjoyment, and we always wished we could have had one of those homes on the hill. We just loved the little cabins, and back then it wasn't as built up. I think that's why we picked our present house. There were deer in the backyard the first day when we came with the realtor. We thought it was cool that this was a little bit of country in the city. It felt like country because of its connection to the larger parcels on Nettleton Gulch. And they go up into Canfield Mountain, and then we have Best Hill on the other side. So we have wildlife. Besides the usual deer and turkey and birds, and eagles, skunks, raccoons, and squirrels, we also have had a marmot, or something like that made its home under our front porch. For years, the quail have had their babies nesting in our woodland brush. We've had grouse eating hawthorn berries from the tree outside my bedroom window. The neighbor sighted a bear going down our west fence line. And we had 2 moose come eat the berries off our ornamental pear tree in the front yard and then sit in the side yard in the shade. Because of the larger parcels, there are lots of areas for wildlife. Now, unfortunately, I have been a quadriplegic for 24 years, with my husband as 24/7 caregiver. It has been a hellish experience that I would not want to wish on anyone. I've had much misfortune and crisis. I have been essentially homebound for many years due to extremely low blood pressure that is difficult to regulate, and my van being inadequate for a power wheelchair. It's just too stressful, so I only leave my property, essentially, just because I have to go to the dentist sometimes. And so one of the bright spots of my day is going out in the backyard and enjoying the nature. My husband lovingly made trails throughout, I repeat that in the other one. He made trails throughout the property so I can meander around. And we keep the back of the property more natural looking. I pretend that I'm out in the woods. I like being hidden amongst the trees. This is a quiet neighborhood, and I sit in the back fence. I enjoy the sounds of the birds. or the winds in the trees. I enjoy the sounds of children playing and the chickens clucking on Nettleton Gulch. The back of my property has a low wire fence that looks like it's been there for many, many, many years. And then we put up some deer fence to protect our gardens. The subject property is on the other side of the fence. It used to all be woods, except by their house. The deer would come and could not quite figure out my wheelchair, so they would pretty much ignore me, although sometimes they snorted and stamped their hoofs real tough-like. For 19 years, we've looked at that woods, and John and I have talked about how nice it would be to have more trails for me so I could go through the woods, and talked about how nice it would be to have more trails. Oh, I said that. How nice it would be to have more trails so I could go through the woods. Okay, John kept meaning to talk to Dan, the old neighbor, about it, and maybe make some kind of payment or work out an arrangement to do that. It felt like our woods, although I'm sure all of the neighbors surrounding it would probably look at the trees and feel the same way. It was like our Central Park, I guess. When the woods behind us were suddenly bulldozed down, and we found out that Dan, our dear old neighbor, had passed away, and a developer had bought the property, we were so grieved and crushed for many reasons. We had lost touch with Dan during COVID, but we remember him as a really nice guy who liked wildlife. He deliberately left the back of his property as woods for the animals. I don't think he would be pleased with this subdivision. Neither him nor any of us neighbors could have imagined that a proposal for 24 homes on this one long lot that dives deep into the heart of the neighborhood could have, it got cut off, could ever have been imagined, have been proposed. I'm sorry, I'm not good at that. I've never spoken in a microphone before. This is a nightmare. Okay. It would have been too outlandish. Okay, so we couldn't have imagined it. It would have been too outlandish to even imagine. So if this subdivision is approved, instead of being able to sit in our yard enjoying peace and serenity, now we will be exposed to the noise of car engines and in the view of strangers from the townhouse windows. The neighbors with children now will have less security when their children are playing in the backyard. Instead of one new neighbor that we could meet and welcome into our neighborhood, now we would have 24 or more strangers that we know nothing about their reputation or their character. This developer wants variances to override the code, and yet established residents of Coeur d'Alene have to abide by every single little code regarding every aspect of their property. I ask you to not allow these variances. It feels like he's trying to squeeze just more money out of every square inch of that lot with total disregard for the people that would be living in there or for the neighbors that are surrounding him. I don't accuse him of ill will. I don't know the man. I think he's just looking at this as an ordinary investment, just a business deal. He doesn't know us, and he does not know our neighborhood. It is not in conformity to our neighborhood at all. And I feel disrespected by this whole thing. I feel he's going to come in here and cause all kinds of problems, but he doesn't live here, and the neighbors have to bear all the bad consequences. It is as if me and my neighbors don't matter to the city or anyone. In talking with people and with watching city meetings on YouTube over the last couple months, I feel there's anxiety among the residents of Coeur d'Alene. Everyone is worried that when someone dies or moves away, that the developers will come in like vultures to make a killing. It feels like a big game with all of them trying to make the most money while they can, and it's at the expense of other people. The people, citizens feel hopeless, and they think, well, it's no use fighting City Hall. But I'm stupid enough to be here. But anyway, some have been born in Coeur d'Alene. They feel the well-established neighborhoods are in danger. They feel the rich and the powerful have more rights than the long-established citizens that have paid taxes all their life to build Coeur d'Alene. They love this town and feel like they're not being heard. Does Coeur d'Alene respect the rights of the middle class and the poor or the handicapped, or is it all just about revenue for the city? Do we want to lose the quaint character of differing types of single-family neighborhoods? Does it all have to be ugly townhouses and apartments? I don't have an acre, but most of my neighbors have an acre or an acre and a half. Is that so wrong? Are the retired people of Coeur d'Alene and the working class going to be pushed out by the rich and the powerful? And in the presentation, he said that they're on the maps that they're planning that this is going to be built up in 5 or 10 years. That's sad. Okay, so I lost my place. I trust and hope this commission will do the right thing and see that this is not in accordance with the code or the comprehensive plan. I hope that the commission recognizes that this is a single-family dwelling unit. I hope you see that this is a terrible parcel to use to put in a subdivision right through the heart of our neighborhood. If this commission is not convinced that this is indeed the case, then I would request the commissioners come and walk our streets and talk to the neighbors so you can see and understand and make a well-informed decision. It's hard to know the neighborhood just through maps. Alex Dupay from MIG said during a workshop with the city planning and city council on January 25th of this year that in all their work, starting all the way back in September of 2019, the community feedback regarding what would be the key elements in areas of growth or stability that they'd want to maintain within the city. This is a quote of what he said. What we heard loud and clear was that we really need to focus on protecting single-family neighborhoods. Most of my neighbors bought their homes planning to live and die here. They've worked hard keeping up their land. Some are second generation. I feel like I'm a stalled car stuck on a railroad track with a giant freight train bearing down on me. I can't move. I'm stuck here. I don't have a nice little cabin in the woods to run to. When this train hits, it's not going to be pretty for our neighborhood. The neighbors petition the commissioners to say no tonight and also reaffirm that we are a single-family dwelling neighborhood status. A subdivision does not belong here. And what is the developer going to do? Is he going to continue to keep fighting back, coming back with different plans? I ask you, please pull the switch on this freight train and redirect it to another track. Please encourage the new owner to put all his time, talents, and energy in a different direction. Just another few sentences. The new owner can build a beautiful home, an accessory dwelling unit, and improve the lot, and he would still make a profit. That's what many people in other parts of Coeur d'Alene do. They remodel a house, flip it, but they don't destroy the neighborhood. The owner could build a big, beautiful home where a mom and dad, grandma and grandpa could live together on the ground floor, and 2 adult children could have apartments in the basement, and then they could rent the ADU. There would be housing for 5 families and still be a single-family dwelling. He already pushed down all the trees, so now he can put in a garden, fruit trees, chicken house. He could have a beautiful lot that would house and feed a family for generations to come, and that would be worthy of the name of being called an estate. If this developer does not get a subdivision out of the deal, it will not be a hardship for him, and he will still, I said that maybe, he'll still make money. But if this subdivision or anything other than single-family dwellings goes into this neighborhood, it will create hardship for many people surrounding it. We are fighting to keep the peace and serenity of a backyard for ourselves and the surrounding neighbors. But we are also fighting for the younger generation in the neighborhood because we are concerned about their health and safety too. This subdivision is not according to code and should be denied. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe she sent it for everyone. Wow.
Okay, I have John Jackledge, did not want to testify. No. Tammy Rosenthal did not indicate. Would you want to testify or not? No, you do? Okay. Okay, Tammy, just tell me your name, city you live in.
Tammy Rosenthal.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I do that video on there? It's right there, so which one you want first? That one. This one? Yeah. And how do I go to the next one? Right. This one, you can just use your paper. Okay. There. Okay. So now I want to go back. This one, you just click it.
Let's make it quick. She said it all.
Okay. Oh, now that I want to really big up there. Sorry, I should have. Okay. I just use it there. Okay, yeah, you have to go. I guess I want to start with the gentleman that, the applicant, and I felt offended by him calling that my home was an aging piece of crap, and that soon he'll be able to develop my property. I also thought that the services are available. I'm not sure if he's been in the neighborhood, but we have Num Num and the old 7-Eleven and a car repair place. I'm not sure what he thinks is services that are available. And he's never talked to us. He's never, I'm home all the time. I'm helping my mom. She lives in the property next to me. No one's ever approached us with this proposal. He lied. Anyway, so here we go. Hello, my name is Tammy Hickman Rosenthal, and I live at 1824 East Nettleton Gulch Road with my family. In 1963, my parents purchased this 1-acre parcel after graduating from Worley High School 59 years ago. We've worked hard at raising a successful family. Our 3 children took the school bus to Bryan Elementary,
and walked the Canfield Middle School and graduated from Coeur d'Alene High. Go Vikes. Our family roots are deep here in Idaho. To my grandparents' homestead in Kootenai County on Conklin Park Road, to my parents working in the Worley Farms, and to my children. This is our property. Oh no, this isn't the property. Tammy, this is the wrong picture. I don't think this is my property. Because I don't see Nettleton.
You just need to zoom out.
Oh, that one, that's the one. Yeah, okay, I'll just use that one then, and then use this one?
Just arrow.
Okay.
There you go. Just
Okay, so this is our property, this is my acre right here, and then this is the proposed development, and this is a very old picture because the trees don't exist there anymore, but anyway. So, as an owner of an adjacent property, I am one of several parcels who is impacted the most, and as you may guess, I am strongly opposed to this development. A couple of things concern me. Mistakes other cities throughout the Pacific Northwest have made that seem to be repeating themselves here. Oh, wait, that's not the right picture either. Okay. Preserving the existing character and uniqueness of our area, you must know that developing this parcel of land is inconsistent with the rest of the homes in the area. These cookie-cutter type twin homes that they are proposing be built is not in the public interest. I think I speak for all the owners in opposition to this development that there are and will be lasting impacts to our quiet hideaway part of Coeur d'Alene. Where's the video? Sorry. Okay, this. Okay, and then hit that. Okay, then I have to go back, right? Okay. This 2.3 acre parcel has in the past been valued in the neighborhood as a prime example of sustaining our local ecosystem and wildlife. Deer, bear, bobcats, raccoons, songbirds, honkers, eagles, hawks, insects all find their way to this undisturbed area. Generally, it's quite beautiful. Okay, now I have to go. Tammy, how do I go back to that? Sorry. Okay, here we go. Okay. So, what a nightmare to wake up one day and find some type of bulldozer thing digging up and taking down and killing all the trees, destroying the habitat of this property. It was a slap in the face to see how Kaufman Estates thinks of our beloved neighborhood. Clearly, this guy doesn't care about our community. To knowingly destroy the environment without even having a plan is irresponsible. Okay. This is some of the woods. This is what's happening now behind my home. This is the picture he showed you. There were beautiful trees all around the property. What he's done, and this has been months, we have had these trees bulldozed, pulled in a pile. Who knows how many types of insects have come out of the trees and infecting all of our other trees in the area. So there's a couple pictures. There's another picture. It's a lot of trees.
Okay.
Speculating, the previous owner of this property never wanted his 2.3 acres developed. Shame on whoever went against his wishes. Why not build only a few homes with yards? Why 24 double-story townhomes with no yards? This keeps these homeowners, probably going to be renters, in tiny boxes. Nothing to live a good life. Would our city planners ever consider in the slightest such a terrible development? A double-story townhouse home impacts our sunlight, it takes away our views, and our privacy. I ask you, what is the distance a person feels their privacy is being invaded by someone watching them out their windows? I looked at his proposal on the picture, and there are 8 windows that are going to look in my backyard. what kind of privacy am I going to have? Who decides that? Another approach to protecting the quality of the neighborhood residences is to build single-story homes. It also seems effective to provide a green screen of substantial trees, providing privacy. This is next to the house where I live. We have large apple trees. They're probably 25 feet tall, and they protect the view of the second story next to my house. It's very nice. And the deer like the apples. And to keep the ground level noise of the cars. He didn't even talk about that. The cars are going to be coming and going. Who knows, all through the night. What about the garbage trucks? Who's going to protect the noise from all that? It's going to be filtering. I mean, I can hear the freeway from my house at night because everything's being torn down. And I've never been able to do that before. You know, I guess the guy didn't think about what he could do to help us. He just bulldozed the trees down. Is there an excessive need for this development? No. Is there an excessive benefit? No. I question why the cheapest and why the ugliest.
Okay.
I don't know. There. As an owner of an adjacent property, I am strongly opposed to this development. Please vote no.
Thank you.
I'm really nervous about this.
It's
but thank
okay, you did a fine job. Thank you very much. Sylvia Hicken did not indicate whether she wanted to testify? Nope, okay. Kit?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Can we limit it to 5 minutes?
Okay, we got a couple minutes here.
Good job, Tom.
Okay.
I am also opposed to this development. I drove a school bus for 40 years, and this hasn't even been addressed. How are these kids going to get to school? Is there a turnaround for a bus? Is there safety things that we need to be concerned about? A school bus driver puts those kids first, I tell you that. The wildlife change has been also an issue. The trees being cut. I live at 1900 Nettleton Gulch Road. So I enjoy seeing the kids ride their bicycles up and down, the people walking their dogs. They push their baby carriage with their dogs up and forth back there. So we know what's going on with this kind of atmosphere. But you cannot put those people in this little tiny area. You're putting way too many people on property that we don't even know what safety things there are for their children. I guess I like living in Coeur d'Alene, but I was also seeing what housing developments have taken place in Washington. There's no end of it once you get it started. And when the area gets changed so quickly with so many people, it's there forever. There's no going back. Well, it's up to you guys to have a livable Coeur d'Alene that we can enjoy. We love the parades. We love art on the green. We take a lot of time doing that kind of stuff. So I hope you can make a better decision than all those people jammed into that little tiny space. Thank you for your time. We will be looking forward to what you're going to decide.
Thank you. Kelly Wilderson did not wish. Oh, you do? Okay. Hi, Kelly. Name and city you live in.
Kelly Wilderson, Coeur d'Alene.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you got about 5 minutes.
I don't
Thank
need
you.
very much time. This neighborhood, you guys, nobody has said this yet. There's no sidewalks. The kids in this neighborhood ride their bikes in the streets. They walk to school, to the school bus on the street. Now, this property, if you hold up,
We won't be able to hear
Yeah.
you. Sorry.
if you hold up 3 fingers, there's 3 ways into this property, okay? There's Gilbert, there's Steiner, there's Nettleton Gulch. Nettleton Gulch goes up a long way to a wilderness area, so the cars on that road travel 45 miles an hour, okay? They're not supposed to, that's just what they go, okay? When you get to the bottom of this property, it dead ends on 17th Street. That's 3 blocks, okay? 17th does not continue in this neighborhood. Dead ends, 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, dead ends, okay? So these cars, they come down this road. And I don't know why people haven't said this. This property's up on a hill, okay? These people are gonna be coming down a hill in the winter. And they're gonna come down to this dirt road, 17th Street, okay? 17th, right where they come down, narrows from a barely 2-lane road to a barely one lane road. And I mean 1 car, not 1 lane each way, okay? We have problems in this neighborhood with cars because people drive so fast on Nettleton Gulch that they have accidents and that road gets shut off. And then they come down Steiner, and that's the road we live on. And they come 45 miles an hour because that's what they're used to traveling on Nettleton Gulch. Then they get to 17th, and they want to go home. They want to get up Nettleton Gulch. And so there's cars trying to come both ways on a 1-lane road that's dirt, and it's a hill. So in the spring, with the rain runoff, that becomes very rutted and almost untravelable. Now that dirt road, that's where all the kids in the neighborhood walk to the school bus. That's where all these 48 cars are gonna come down, right where the kids are walking to the school bus, okay? I mean, that's my concern, this isn't gonna be safe. There's no way to widen that road. When he said, we're gonna pave 17th from Steiner to Gilbert or something like that, that's 1 block, okay? The other block, the part they're not gonna pave, that's dirt, and it's a hill, and it's a narrow 1-lane road, and that's where our kids walk to the school bus. They don't have another route. There's no 16th Street in this neighborhood. There's 15th and there's 17th. That's it. Okay, and then there's 3 roads going up. Gilbert, Steiner, Nettleton Gulch. If you imagine that's why people are so up in arms. We're not gonna be able to handle these 48 cars. And let's be honest, they're not gonna park on Steiner, and if they do, that's gonna push our kids further into the road where cars are driving. There's no sidewalks for these kids to ride their bikes on. They ride on the street. Right now, in some areas, they can ride right against the curb. But when these 48 new residents park their cars and their guests park their cars on our street, our kids are gonna be pushed into the middle of the street where the cars are driving, okay? It's not gonna be safe. They haven't told you that these residents are gonna be driving up a hill to get to their houses. There's no turnaround up there. They didn't make a nice turnaround for the fire trucks and stuff. I think one of you guys asked, There's 2 cars per unit, one in the garage and one behind that one. You know they're not gonna park that way. They're gonna park on that little narrow road that he's called the fire safety road or something. How's a fire truck gonna get through that when all the cars and trucks are parked there? That doesn't make any sense. This property isn't proper for 24 units, maybe 3, maybe 4. But 24 is not gonna be safe for this neighborhood, and I think that's something people haven't said yet. If you look at this neighborhood, the way the streets are, it can't be reconfigured. It's just not, it's not doable. That 17th, where it narrows into one lane, is very steep on each side. You can't just easily, oh, we'll just widen it. It's not possible. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Carol Ann Flagel? Oh, you want to testify?
I wasn't gonna, but I think I will.
Then come on up.
Unless it's already been said.
You gotta go.
Say ditto.
I'm slow but sure.
Okay. Name and city you live in.
Carol Ann Flagel, 1614 Nettleton Gulch Road, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 83815.
Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead. You have about 5 minutes.
I probably won't. I'll probably run out a little bit quicker than that, but
I appreciate that. Thank you.
this next Saturday, we'll be living in our house 62 years since we came back from our honeymoon.
Congratulations.
So I'm what you call, and I've been in Coeur d'Alene since 1947. I was 5 years old. That makes me 80. And I'm called an old timer. And when my husband purchased the house on Nettleton Gulch Road, it was very small. It was an old Farragut house. It was Farragut housing from the officers' quarters. Mm-hmm. And my husband has remodeled and made it bigger for us, which I'm thankful for because we raised 2 kids there. But I just want to say I understand there needs to be progress. Things change. We can't all live back in 1900s because this is 2022. So, but my main concern is, say there's 3 cars per unit. Just say there's a teenager, a mommy, and a daddy. And they all gotta leave all at once. That's 72 cars coming up 17th to my corner and coming down Nettleton to get to 15th. Who's addressed a stoplight at 15th and Nettleton? I sat there for 5 minutes now because can't see you through past the fence that a developer that made these 5 stick houses, he made them left. I stopped and asked the worker, would you please ask your contractor to please put the fence back even so we can see down 15th? Oh no. Probably the message was never given. And if it was ignored. Well, I'm concerned about sitting at 15th and Nettleton for 15 minutes to get out on 15th Street. That's my concern. If they all leave at once and I'm trying to get to the store, good luck to me. It's not going to happen. There would be less houses in that part. Say there was 8 units. That's a lot less cars than 72. But I understand his dilemma. I'm not happy about it. As you can tell, I'm trying not to be negative. I'm trying to be respectful. I understand his position, but does he understand mine? So you all do fine work. thank you for your service to the state, to the city of Coeur d'Alene. And if I were younger, I'd sit up there with you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Kathy Hagmeyer, do not wish to testify? Oh, okay.
Oh, everybody wants to now?
Thank you. Just state your name, city you live in.
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I
The
do.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
I do. I walk along 17th Street from Nettleton to Gilbert almost every day. I go down 17th Street. When walking on 17th Street, if a car or a van is coming the opposite direction, I have to move over. I'm walking, and I have to move over to let them pass me. I'm walking. They can't expand 17th, even though they think they can, because it's private property on both sides. So there's no way, except for Kaufman Estates, there's no way they can expand to widen that road for two cars, or even to park a car on one side all day and drive another vehicle there. It's not wide enough. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Connie Madison? Did not wish to testify. John Tomasata? Did not wish to testify.
He does.
Okay. Okay, John, just name, city you live in.
John Tomasi, live in Coeur d'Alene.
Got close. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Go ahead. Got a couple
I
minutes.
just want to, a couple of points. I want to reiterate what a lady, a couple ladies ago said. On 17th, it is just 3 blocks. And from Best until you get to the First Street is blocked off at each end. It's chained off because it's just a walking path, all right? Can't be a road. And then the next block is paved, and then you come onto the block where the Kaufman Estate is, which is dirt, and I understand they're going to pave it. When you get past that, and this is what she was saying, it is literally a one-lane dirt-rutted road that one car can go down. You can't expand it because on your right is the dirt is built up. It's the fence line of the house next to it. And all it is a dirt berm that goes up about 2 feet. So it's not a question of expanding that. You can't. So you have either one car going up there to Nettleton Gulch, or your cars going out Steiner or Gilbert. That's it. That's the first point. I just want to reiterate what she said. Second point is the high occupancy that the gentleman was talking about that exists in the surrounding areas. Most of those face a wide street with sidewalks. That's a different way of counting units than just a narrow one strip that they're doing, all right? It's not fair to compare those two. You know, if I've got 10 apartments and a driveway out, and here's a normal wide street with sidewalks on both sides, that's a different situation. The last thing I wanted to say was when they talk about the snow removal, where we live in Best Hill Meadows, our streets are slightly narrower. They made a deal when they built the development. There's sidewalks on one side where you can park and no sidewalks on the other, and they alternate. When there's snow piled on the one side, there's no parking. And on the diagram that they had, all that snow is going to be piled on the bottom. There's not going to be extra parking during the winter when we have snow. That's my point. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Tom Hungerford?
Hungerford.
Oh.
Close enough? Oh, he's got another presentation. Oh, yeah.
Need a break or anything? Want a break? Break?
I'm flowing my legs.
Break?
on the average of a little under an acre for the 12 properties that border it. So one of the things, I mean, I know that the city, they have their comp plan and they're trying to achieve future goals. And part of that, we have right here, livable for all, Coeur Lane will be strive to be livable, but you go through the whole thing and down here also is preserve existing housing stock. We fall in that. Most of those houses were built in the 50s and 60s. So that's one of the things that we really are wanting and thinking about. So I have to apologize. I usually do a little better when I just kind of go on the fly, but I have a lot of things I want to try to touch on. So one of the things that was one of the most important things I felt was that when they're doing a new development or something like that, and you guys are looking at it, one of the questions that is asked is the design and planning, is it or is it not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses of adjacent properties? So right here, we are looking at that. This is the projected property right there. So when you look around that, there's not more of a clear example of is not compatible with the surrounding properties. These are less than 1 acre lot properties right here that you're trying to put in 24 units. Well, so like I say, there's just never been an example of how that really is probably not the best fit for what we are. It's not compatible, because that's part of what the future goal and everything, what we're trying to do is you want to have a neighborhood that's compatible with its surroundings. Like I said, the average in the lots are around 1 acre. I apologize, this isn't exactly my best thing that I do.
Okay, you're doing
But I
fine.
also want to say that these are not rentals. The houses that surround this property, they are not rentals. They are lived in by the people that own them. Most of them are single level, and they've helped, these are residents who have helped with the built Coeur Lane, and this, like I said, just does not fit our neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that has a little bit of a medium income, hardworking, generally blue collar families who live in a neighborhood with some space where you can have privacy and peace and quiet. It's as close as you can get to living in the country without living in the country. We're blessed with having amazing neighbors. This is probably, in my opinion, one of the best neighborhoods in Coeur Lane. Neighbors are respectful, polite, and courteous of each other, and they are always there to help if needed. Through all this, I've had a chance to walk through the neighborhood and visit with people, because I talk to a lot of people to try to get support to come down and talk about this. I can tell you, I've met some amazing people. I've met people in Gilbert that, I didn't know because I live on Nettleton Gulch. So it's really been a positive experience. I understand that there's a need for growth, but I also understand that it needs to be done responsibly. As you can see, this is something I really wanted to talk about because it has been brought up quite a bit. I'm going to go to a different map here. So 17th. As you can see in the west side of 17th, over here, it's high density. The east side, where we are, is very low density. One of the things that the gentleman that was talking about this area, he pointed out certain areas and the density of it. He used this area as an example. That's a really good example. From 15th, when you go to the west, there is apartments, duplexes, fourplexes all over. So this area here where we're at, this is a very low density area. Now, years ago, most of these houses that are in this area that are to the north of Nettleton Gulch, and he referred to that as a higher density area, those were built that way back in the 50s. It's not like that changed. That's the way that was. There's a line that's been drawn kind of here that if you really look at it, to the west of 17th, there are places where there have been developments been started. This one here, that's a senior living facility. It's not a senior living facility, but it's a place that, people that, they lived in a home, they don't want to take care of yards, so now they want to move in and have easier way of life. Like I said, there's some things up in here that have happened, but if you get to 17th, there's a couple of duplexes in there. It's different. And right here, we've talked a lot about developers. Wow, am I really up in 5 minutes? Okay, I apologize. Can I just touch on?
Just wrap it up as quick as you can. 'Cause
Okay, sounds good. So basically, I just wanted to say, and I'm just going to wrap it up with this right here. This is an example right here of what can happen. This is 15th and Gilbert. There's a family that lives there. They bought this house, built it in 1967, and they're facing this. They watched this happen to their neighborhood. Where we live, it is a unique, rare area to Coeur d'Alene. It is an area that needs to be preserved. It was built that way, designed that way, and it's treasured by the people that live there. And I can honestly tell you, it would just be a shame. The traffic, there's so many things that people touched on that it is something that should not be done. It is not compatible with our neighborhood. So I'll stop at that, and thank you so much. I apologize I went
That's
over.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, thank you, and we're going to continue our hearing, and just want to point out, if you have something to say, that's great, but if it's been said already, perhaps we can move on for everyone that's here. So I have like 10 more people on this list, so I'd appreciate it if we can be a little more concise. That would be great. Thank you, but make your point. Next person is Jody Gophoort. Sorry, did not wish to testify. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Adam and Amber Hicks did not indicate. You want to come on up? Okay, Adam. I take it you're Amber. I'm just name
Amber
city.
Hicks, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
My husband and I bought on Gilbert just over 3 years ago. We're near the corner of where you see 17th meet Gilbert. We're one house over there, and I thought something that a lot of people haven't touched on is why they bought in our neighborhood. You've seen a strong showing of the kind of people that live there. We bought there as first-time home buyers, having previously rented on 15th Street because rental prices were skyrocketing. I was a stay-at-home mom. Luckily, by the grace of God, my son aged into school just at the time everything started rising to the point we could no longer afford it on one income. So I went back to work. We bought our home about 6 months later, aggressively saved for it. And this is a neighborhood that we spent every evening walking through prior to that. We lived very close to here. We saw the caliber of people that were out there. We saw how much space the parcels had. Ours is just under 1/4 of an acre. But we have mature fruit trees that have been there as long as I know. It used to be an orchard through that area. They're the original apple tree, pear tree, grapevines running the length of our property. We've added a garden. But it's the young families that inhabited that area, and you've heard some of them speak, and you'll hear one after me. We bought there for the space because it didn't have apartments. My concern is if you approve this many units to go in so close to our home, the houses behind me that are likely rentals and are likely to sell for a profit in this market will be next on the list. And I will also have a micro division right behind my house between me and the Best Avenue subdivision. That concerns me. The other concern I have is safety. And on your own agenda, it says the Planning Commission seeks to promote, among many things, foster the safety of the residents. You see the young people behind me of my child and my neighbor's children sitting here being quiet during this meeting. They are the ones that are out riding the bikes on 17th Street. My concern is all of these people are going to be going to work at the same time we are in the morning and coming home at the same time. It's already a mini rush hour on 15th Street, and those cars come screaming onto Gilbert to get home at faster than 25 to 35 miles an hour. You pair that with the amount of vehicles that are already on our road and are parked bumper to bumper, blocking their own driveways because they already don't have enough space to park. And now we're going to add 24 to 48 or more into that same neighborhood. 17th Street, if they are not allowed to park on that, there are homes that nobody has talked about whose driveways exit onto that road. They are not going to be allowed to park in front of their own house. So we have existing residents that just bought these homes that went up for sale in the last year or two during the pandemic that are no longer going to be able to park in front of their house. Do you know where they end up? In front of mine, blocking my mailbox when I'm working from home as an accountant and I can no longer access my mail or send or receive mail for my clients. That's only going to get worse. So really what I wanted to highlight is the why we moved there. We would not have chosen to move there if it was full of apartments. The houses that have sold in the last year in our neighborhood because of the market increase have all been turned into VRBO rentals, as somebody previously mentioned. So we don't know who's in our neighborhood at the end anymore, and they don't care if they're parking too many vehicles on our street because they're only there for those number of days, and then it's new people there. It's making visibility very hard to pull out. I can no longer turn left onto 15th leaving Gilbert. I have to drive past my neighbor's house on 17th and go down to Haycraft just to get out of our road right now. If we had 24 more vehicles, you know, it puts our kids at risk of being hit. We do not have a stop sign on 17th. Anybody that comes barreling down a dirt road, I don't know why they don't understand that they do not have the right of way on that road to access Gilbert, but they pop out from behind that and almost T-bone me every morning as I leave my house from one house up. So I just wanted to highlight those key issues, especially since it says that that is what the commission seeks to promote is to protect the environment, promote economic prosperity, and foster the safety of our residents. And I would like for you to take that under advisement when deciding on the number of units you put on that parcel.
Thank you. Kyle Holmes? Hi, Kyle.
Holmes, Coeur Lane.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead, Kyle.
So I live on 17th and Gilbert, right at the intersection that's pretty much at the topic of this conversation. And a legitimate issue that hasn't been brought up is a water issue. So as it stands right now, Gilbert from the east slants down pretty heavily towards my driveway. Nettleton Gulch, as it was previously stated, slants down, all of them pointing to my driveway, which literally exits at an angle into this intersection. As it stands right now, every time it rains, a significant amount of water floods my driveway and my property. As he stated in his discussion earlier, they are planning for all of this water to exit to the roadway, which then exits at a downhill to my property. This has, in the past, caused flooding in, is just the water, the way that it goes. Water rises up into my son's bedroom, so we have flooding issues in the bottom of our house that we are actively working on trying to figure out how to avoid. But adding snowpack that's now melting from a 2 whatever acre property that is absorbing water down into the ground, turning that into concrete and asphalt, that is now running into a road and directly to my property. So that's my first point, that I feel if any development goes on here needs to be significantly discussed because it's directly affecting my actual property. Second to all of that, a gentleman did walk up during the break, talk with us, part of this project, very kind in his words. If the gentleman who spoke first would like to take notes on his public speaking and not be condescending in his comments to the community that he has not addressed, that would be just a point for them to take note of. In his explanation as well, his cherry picking of information I thought was interesting. The apartment complex that he noted, obviously on a high, as it was previously stated, high traffic, multiple sidewalk, whatever area. The other one that he stated, that's that senior living facility, has a massive swell for water to go. It's on the corner of the walkway. Large area for water to be displaced that's not into the community itself. Additionally, many single family homes living in there, as they are actual single individuals retiring to that area for the remainder of their life. And so the traffic in that area significantly reduced compared to high traffic in this one. As one of the homeowners who has children, who lives directly on the only paved current part of 17th Street, it is the single area where I sit on my front porch and every single one of the people in here, I walk past as they go to the trail that goes to Best to walk down that area, or walk past to go to Nettleton Gulch to walk up into the beautiful area that is. So I see every single one of these people. Unfortunately, don't know a lot of them, but have had a great opportunity meeting them during this. And with that, as it was stated, all of my kids, all of their friends, that is the single point where everyone plays between the little bit that is on the dirt road park currently and right in front. So to increase a high volume amount of traffic inside there with no sidewalks takes away, with cars potentially now parking on the street in front of my house, reduces, and I see it obviously from a personal bias area, but the area where we play basketball, we have a corner angled, very stupid placement of a house, so I don't really have a front yard because it slopes dramatically down, so we play in that road right there. So to start parking cars along each side of it, which when cars are parked there during a family event, it is a very slim for one additional car to go one direction there, so it's going to cause incredible congestion there. I believe outside of all of that, being a person who also utilized a VA loan, I had zero down on my home. It was an awesome opportunity for a first-time home buyer to buy the property we did. When we bought at $253,000 with a $60,000 a year income, our payment was about $1,100. Right now, the median, which doing my 5 minutes of homework, which he noted in his condescension, according to Kootenai County's website, the median income as of 2019, which as far as I saw was the most recent info, was about $58,000. which is about $48.33 a month before taxes. That would put, with the average home price in our area, as he stated, about $500,000, the average home price with a VA person with zero down at around $2,991 a month. So out of a $4,800 income, which I do recognize that he stated, the gentleman that I spoke with, he doesn't have to ask permission for this if they were to do duplexes. He's doing a solid to the community by presenting this and giving us a say, and I appreciate that. But the reality is that these aren't going to be purchased by a local who's a homeowner who wants. It is very awesome if somebody does actually look into the letters that people write and allows them to be the ones to purchase. But the reality is that we all, during the home buying purchase, struggled with multiple offers, cash offers, overbid offers, and this is a prime location for a renter somebody to buy to create a rental, to then Airbnb it or have a rental because you can get downtown and wherever. So I appreciate the comments that he stated, and I appreciate the length of time you have waited with all of us in our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Brittany Holmes, do you wish to speak? No? Okay. Derek Driggs did not wish to speak. Megan Janice did wish to speak.
I'm guessing that's me. I got married and got a hard name to pronounce.
It's
so.
okay. I'm terrible.
Learning that
with
the hard way.
Terrible with names. Name and city.
Megan Johns, Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm Megan Johns. I am married to my high school sweetheart, Cody Johns, and we are the Coeur d'Alene couple. We both grew up here, and we were both able to buy here, which we recognize in and of itself is quite the feat. And really, it came from the fact that I had a great uncle who passed away when we bought the house from family. So we are second generation, kind of. So in the 2 years we've had in this neighborhood, we got really lucky with the neighborhood. It's really unique. We're close to downtown. I bike to work. I have access to outdoor recreation with Canfield. I wake up before work, go mountain biking, see a moose. That's a great start to anyone's day. The scenery, too, of the mature vegetation in our neighborhood, as well as on my lot, is great. I also have a view of the Best Hill off of the back lot, so I'm actually 17th and, oh gosh, Steiner, I think the one behind me. I'm the one with the bad fence that everyone keeps talking about. That's me. I'm the yellow house that got painted green. So that's me, guys. So we also love our spot for the wildlife. I know it's been touched on, but every year I've had fawns born on my property, and they visit every day. It's a pretty cool place to live in Coeur d'Alene. I provided some written testimony, so I'm going to gloss over some things. I am not anti-growth. I'm not anti-density, adding more density. I understand the nature of our community, having been a young person trying to buy a home in the place you grew up in. I do think there's a lot of changes that need to be made to fit with this community. I'm one of the larger parcels. I'm 0.9 acres just to the north. I'm adjacent. I have not heard from the developer. The first communication was knocking down all the trees. So again, not the best forte, but people have mentioned that. There's a lot of mature vegetation, single-family homes. I don't necessarily like the changes they're asking. I do appreciate that we have this moment to engage because, yeah, they could do a lot of things without ever hearing from us. So I appreciate this opportunity. I would say I would prefer a single story, and that's to protect my view shed out my back door. Looking at Best Hill, 2 stories is going to take a good chunk out of that view. And the rest of the homes in that area are single story. So it would help it fit in better with the community. The open space in the plan, it's not really open. It's really individual lawns. I would like to see them make an attempt to leave the remaining mature vegetation, incorporate some native landscaping as well. Right now, a lot of the deer come through that parcel and through a hole in my lovely back fence to my parcel, which I do really enjoy. So I do see this project drastically changing the amount of wildlife I get in my yard. And I just would say it's a huge bummer. There's nothing like seeing some fawns every day. It's pretty cool. We're really close to Canfield Mountain. I'm an avid mountain biker, dirt biker, hiker, great resource for the community. We're also really close to the county. So really when you move east, it's a different feel. And definitely being off 17th Street. I think they could incorporate either some berms with vegetation built on top or some sort of trees to kind of screen in the property and protect the view. If I have to look at houses, I'd like to look at them through branches of other trees. If I'm going to lose my view of Best Hill, I would like to not be looking directly into someone's back window. So those are, I think, some really easy to incorporate changes we could see in this design. I don't find the design very unique at all. Frankly, I don't think that mini loop's gonna be used by many people. You're not really going anywhere. They're gonna be looking to walk in the rest of the neighborhood, which again, parking's gonna be an issue. I bike to work, so I can tell you how crowded it is. And when you have cars parking on the road and children going to school, there's a lot going on. Lighting was touched on briefly. I'm concerned about light pollution. I'm still lucky I can see the stars at night from my backyard. So I'd like to see if any lighting's incorporated in this project, that it's dark sky, pointed downward, made an effort not to light up my backyard. Oh, I even hesitate bringing this up, but if we're talking transportation in 17th Street, I live on the dirt alley part of it that is not going to be affected by this project with improvements that the city has suggested. But I do think a lot of people are going to come up it to go to Nettleton. Turn left on the 15th as a bear. I turn right to go to work, so I'm pretty happy with that right now. But I do see that a lot of people are going to end up using Nettleton anyways. It's already the access to Canfield. People really do haul 45 miles per hour. I can vouch for that. I could see the need for connecting 17th Street all the way to Best Avenue where there is a signal to help people get out onto 15th Street. I know that's going to also come with some unpopularity, right? Taking that walking path and turning it into road. But if we're talking infrastructure and how to handle it, dumping a bunch of cars on two streets where there's terrible visibility to get out is not going to make that problem any better. Bike and ped facilities, we're an active neighborhood. Always people out and about. Just want people to be cognizant of that. So I would love to work with the developer on this and hear from them and hear from the rest of this community. I understand there are certain things you guys, criteria you look at to make your decisions. So I respect that, but I do want to say I would like to see this design become more compatible with my community through some interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Bircher did not wish to speak. Okay. Hey, Al. That's you.
I'll spare you the rest of it. I'm Al Mespa. We moved to Coeur d'Alene.
Name and city?
Coeur d'Alene.
Okay, great. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Al.
We moved to Coeur d'Alene in 1981, and my uncle lived here, and so when my dad retired, we moved here just to check it out, and I absolutely fell in love with Coeur d'Alene. We bought our property in like a year. We rented for a couple of years, but I paid like $42,000 for 1 acre lot with the house that I live on now. And it was gorgeous. It was beautiful. I loved Coeur d'Alene. I absolutely loved Coeur d'Alene. Then we became a tourist town, which was great. It brought more business, more jobs, and that was great. People were attracted to the beauty of this town, and it was gorgeous. And then we went high density. I'm sorry, this is not New York. This is not LA. But we are making it, starting to look a lot like it. LA in the 60s looked very much like Coeur d'Alene. I have no problem with growth, but we are taking the very thing that attracts people to this area away by doing this. Our area was designated high density by you guys, by somebody, without our knowledge. We just found out about it. Based on what? This is like the only neighborhood in town left that looks like Coeur d'Alene did in the 80s. Literally. This is it, guys. Everybody keeps talking about how quiet, how peaceful it is, the wildlife. You have no idea. I actually am a certified, my property, I certified as a wildlife habitat because I absolutely adore animals, a lot more than I like people. Although, I tell you what, my neighbors, I have met more and more of my neighbors, and we are not done. This is not the only project we're going to deal with. This There are certain fundamental problems with the way we're going with growth. Unlimited growth is not sustainable here. We were running out of aquifer water in the 80s before the growth. That aquifer is going away, guys. That's not infinite. There are wells going dry all over Idaho, in the counties, all over. Yes, even in the north. I actually know people who have had to re-drill. We are going to run out of water, even if we didn't have the global warming and everything that's coming up with our weather change. We can deny it if you want, but it's real. It's happening. LA, New Mexico, all these guys are actually having to deal with it. We're next. We're talking like 10 years. Actually, it's already happening. We didn't have rain for 6 months last summer. So the other issue I have is also water, but runoff. You are taking 2.3 acres that right now is a water sink, and you are basically making the entire thing roof and asphalt and driveway. That water, and you're paving 17th Street. By the way, that's not 17th Street. It's 17 Alley. It is an alley. It is not a street. Go drive it. It is an alley. When you pave that road, all of that water from that 2.3 acres is going to run right into 17th Street. It is going to run down 17th Street. It will go past their house, flood them. It will go all the way to Best. And it will meet the pond that the pond that's down there, because that whole area was wetlands when I bought this property. Incidentally, I was in the county. You annexed me. Okay? So with that comes responsibility. We invested in this property. We all have. I have been here, I'm not even, it's been 40 for years. I love this place. I don't go to town much anymore because of the traffic, but I love this place. This is the last neighborhood I know of that looks like Coeur d'Alene. Please keep it. I beg you, keep it. This is the last one. Fine, you built this disgusting high-rises downtown and made it look, I won't even go there. Fine. You want to build all these little townhouses downtown for all the guys who like to hang, the retired guys who want to lounge in the cafes? Great. I'm all for it. Great. That's a great place for them. Let us have some decent place. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Colton Hager? That's not,
Say it again.
no?
We
Is that
couldn't
the
hear you.
Applicant?
We couldn't hear you. What was it?
Colton?
Colton Hager, was that that's not the applicant? No.
No, that was Stephen.
I have, that person signed up here.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, that's it. If anyone, okay, we got a couple more people that didn't sign up that would like to speak. Just come on up and we'll. Oh, okay. Just come on up. Your children are very good, by the way.
I know.
Thank you.
I'm surprised they're still here.
Just your name and the city, and I'll swear you in.
Rosanna Jacobson with Coeur d'Alene.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you got a couple of minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, so thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the conversations that I've heard tonight. Just a personal story. I moved here, almost 3 years ago. My husband retired from Phoenix PD. We left a brand new house, great neighborhood. We were sick of the city, sick of the crime. We love Coeur d'Alene. We came here for a quiet life to raise our kids. During the whole house hunt, that was a chore. So we decided, you know what, let's just find some more peace and quiet. We fell in love with Nettleton Gulch Road. That's where we live, between 15th and 17th. And it really broke my heart to hear this whole plan, because like they're all saying, they're no joke. Like, the wildlife is incredible. The community is really tight. And like my kids, for the first time, we would never let them play outside in Phoenix. But they're out riding that alley. It's not a road, but the 17th Street alley. Literally, it's probably as wide as from here to there, with houses on each side. But that's where they bike, play, no sidewalks. The bus stop picks them up right there. That whole atmosphere will change. I've been in real estate for 20 years, mortgage, all of it. I've seen this happen, and at some point we have to say no, because what's going to happen is the houses right in front of me, I'm between, 15th and 17th on Nettleton Gulch, facing the houses that back up to that property. Once that house goes up for sale, that's a perfect opportunity for that investor to go in and buy that property and keep building. So we say yes to this. This is a cascade to everything else. But we bought our house, not because it's an aging community, but we love the fact it's an aging community. We rebuilt it. It's an older home. We left a brand new home, and we wanted to be in an aging community, somewhere established, quiet, close to the city, but feeling like you're in the country. So it would be hard to see the wildlife disappear, the whole, I guess, feeling of that road. And it's very unique. Like if you haven't been on it, drive up it. But we rebuilt our house, basically remodeled it to make it our forever home. And the fact that this is going in, I'm starting to second guess that. You know, it's really sad. I've been there, not even 3 years, not even compared to the folks who have been here 40 years. We wanted this to be our forever home. So, and that will push us out. Like, we have great neighbors, but that's all I want to say. And my daughter's super passionate. She's 10. She's like, Mom, go talk.
Good for her.
That's all. So,
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone, okay? Hello.
My name's Deanne Clifton, Coeur d'Alene.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right
So
ahead.
I actually live on Steiner. I would be the last house on Steiner southeast. Never done this before, so to say I'm
Take a
nervous
deep
is an
breath, you're
understatement.
fine.
You know, I too looked all over Coeur d'Alene when we went to buy. And when I found this neighborhood, this was the first neighborhood and first home that I walked into, and I cried. I felt at home. I've lived in different areas of the city. I've lived here most of my whole life. Never have I felt what we have established here. Steiner itself dead ends on 17th. There is no stop sign. There is no yield sign, if that's an example of the kind of traffic we do not experience on Steiner. Gilbert and Nettleton Gulch are a little bit, they're busier than Steiner. There are no sidewalks, though we do have curbs, but we have, what we experience on Steiner is you walk out your front door in the morning and you say hello to your neighbors across the street. The neighbors walk up and down the street. We say hello. We stop and have conversations. We've sat on the curb and had cups of coffee. We've sat on the curbs and had a margarita. Somebody's house burns down. Everybody comes together. You're bringing blankets. You're doing this. Windstorm comes, takes out homes and trees and destroys things, and you come together. And as it sits right now, the entrance to this property that you're speaking of is directly straightforward from Steiner. So the traffic and the way it's going to change the dynamic of this street in this neighborhood is, it just, you're speechless. You can't even describe what you know it's going to do to what we have. And I cannot say enough, I agree. We basically sit at the base of Canfield Mountain. I mean, that's kind of where this whole dynamic is taking place. Things have to grow and things have to change, absolutely. But I think take it somewhere else in Coeur d'Alene, because what we have there is unique. It is what you don't find anywhere else, and it's just one of a kind. So to take that and make it something that it's not and that it shouldn't be, and take it away from our kids and from the wildlife and from the community that is experiencing this dynamic of this neighborhood would just be It would just be catastrophic. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, come on up. Name and city.
I'm from Coeur Lane, Rod Hawks.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
And nothing but the truth. Okay, go right ahead. You got a couple minutes. Thank you.
Well, my property's in the backyard. My backyard's at what's going on back there. I'm third generation growing up there. I've been coming to that place since 1967. My aunt and uncle owned the place since 1953. I dislike what this man's gonna do. It's just not right. It definitely takes away the character of the neighborhood. And I just saying it's not right. That's all I want to say. I don't want the neighborhood to change. It's an awesome neighborhood. And right where they're building is, it's gonna get two blocked. You're not gonna be able to do anything there. There's no movement for emergency vehicles, snow removal, and all the cars that are gonna be there. I admit, my lot has probably got more cars than any other lot in this area, because I do have a lot of cars, and because that's me. But that is gonna be devastating. That's all I wanna say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Help you God. Okay.
I wasn't actually planning on sharing anything, but like a bunch of other people, I'm feeling compelled, and I appreciate you guys staying late and giving us the time. I live in this property right here, even this section right here. And we probably have the most shallow roots in the community. We moved in last November. And before tonight, I felt deeply privileged to live in that area. And just the energy and the people, I felt my kids who were here earlier, they're the loudest people in this neighborhood probably, the biggest source of noise pollution. But I've been blessed by neighbors who regularly tell me how much joy it brings them to hear my children. And I want to talk about, on behalf, really, someone who doesn't live in this community anymore, but I'm forever indebted to him. His name's Jack Heston, and he's the man who owned the property before my family bought it. And we went to look at this house, and we were walking around, and to feel the space. And let me tell you, in our price range, to even be walking through a house like this with this kind of space felt like, we shouldn't be here. Why is this in our price range? And we're walking around the yard, and I said, we need to leave now and go directly put an offer in. She said, we haven't even been inside yet. And that's how I felt about this place immediately. And we went inside, and the potential, I couldn't wait. The painter was painting the week before, and every day I showed up, and I just couldn't wait to get my hands, my sweat on the ground and start working on this property. And I haven't stopped working since I moved in, and I can't wait to keep working. But Jack, when we put an offer in, we were maxed out. We put an offer in, and then we said put more, and we maxed our offer out. And we were still the lowest of 5 offers. And Jack picked us specifically because we communicated we saw a forever home in this place. And Jack heard that, and he valued this community, this neighborhood, the people around him, and he took the lower offer to preserve this community. And to me, as a father who is just slowly building an area where his kids get to play, and hopefully my grandkids get to play, I'm forever indebted to him. And after tonight, what a deep privilege it is to be a part of this community. It's weird because it's just like city blocks, and it doesn't feel like a neighborhood, but wow. This is, I came from Portland. I escaped from Portland, if I can be honest. And we've been trying to move for 4 years to raise kids with my wife's sister and her husband. And we went through the hell of COVID in a place that It was very different. My daughter, watching her experience depression as the most social little girl who just loves people and locked in our house on a computer doing school, it was ruining her. And then our house skyrocketed, the value of our house skyrocketed, and we said, we gotta go. And we came here, and thank you, Jack, who had to move to take care of his sick wife. But thank you to Jack for helping in his small part to preserve this community, and hopefully you feel the energy and the love that the people who live in this area have for this community, this neighborhood, this environment, and hopefully you act as the same way that Jack did.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, anyone else wish to speak before I bring up the applicant again? And this is the last chance that you'll have to say anything, because once the applicant comes up, he has a few minutes to perhaps address a lot of these questions. And then it comes to us. I close public testimony, and it comes to us to discussion and decision. So, okay, let's have, where is he? You wanna,
What's his name? Ryan? What's his name? Ryan? What's his name?
okay.
Good evening now, Commissioners. Thank you for that. I'll try to move as efficiently as possible. Again, Jeremy Terzulli with Olson Engineering, representing the Kaufmans. I apologize. I'm going to try to move quickly through some of this. It's going to be hard to, I guess, defend a position that I didn't state, so I'm just going to allow the record to show what I stated, and any contradictions will be cleaned up by the record. With regard to traffic, the city engineer, and I believe it's in your staff report, indicated 13 a.m. peak hour trips and 15 p.m. peak hour trips would be generated from this subdivision. So that's straight out of their manuals. We did some calculations out back while folks were speaking. We're calculating roughly an additional 28 parking stalls along the internal street of this subdivision. Again, I'm going to reiterate 17th Street per the city engineer's request and guidelines, understanding we couldn't widen it to the south, no improvements to the north in the alley, widen to two 12-feet sections of street to be contained within the 25-foot right-of-way. We'd be happy to revisit that with the city engineer if he feels that after comment that needs to be addressed. Once again, the entire area is and has been zoned R12 for quite some time. That would be if they could fit 28 dwelling units on the subject site. Some of the design criteria within the R12 zoning designation, the 32.5-foot height restriction, so that's 2.5 stories. Some exceptions could be made on hilly terrain for an additional half-story if needed. 3,500 square foot lot per dwelling unit, which would show some restrictions, but again, the dimensions of the site would create a slightly unique duplex product, but it is a product that would be allowed by right on this property at this time with no public hearing needed. So to reiterate, this was a direct attempt to try to provide an affordable housing product in the area. A lot of comment with regard to fire trucks and water and all of those things. All of these agencies, the school districts, they all get notified through this public hearing process and are allowed to comment if they have any. The fire district turnaround is right out of their guidelines, so that is appropriate. A lot of talk of stormwater. Stormwater is to be addressed on site. We have a design that has been looked at and vetted by city staff. There is also a dated stormwater collection site managed by the city of Coeur d'Alene and 17th. That would be improved at the time of the improvements along 17th, so the issues with water running off of this dirt driveway into 17th and then into some of the neighboring properties would actually be improved through this development process. Talking about stormwater again, pre-treatment through injection wells, the city holds developers to the highest standards of pre-treating that stormwater through catch basins, injection wells, and then the way Mother Nature works is she filters it through the sandy, loamy soil that is consistent around our area, ultimately recharging the aquifer. The aquifer was analyzed about 2 years ago by Panhandle Health District, and they reported that actually the aquifer is in better shape today than it was in the 80s. And that is available through Panhandle Health District's website. With regard to the VRBOs, and this is something we've talked about internally, covenants, the CCNRs can actually offer some level of control on who the ultimate purchasers of this property are. We would invite a conversation, and again, I've talked internally about reaching out to the area housing commissions. PAHA is one of them, and a few of the others, to talk about some mechanisms and levers we could potentially pull in order to verify that local workforce type people are the people that will ultimately purchase these homes. There are a lot of things that can be done through the covenants to ensure that, and our team has been discussing that, so that's open for discussion as well. So this is not a one-off project for me. I do a lot of project management with Olson Engineering. I have some of my own projects that I do, and I just kind of want to perhaps shed a little light or perhaps offer a different perspective from some of the people that spoke out this evening, because I must say, honestly, this housing issue in our community has kept me up nights. I see a lot of the people talking about the kids playing in the street and enjoying this neighborhood, and that's great, and I appreciate that. I have 3 kids of my own. They were all born in Kootenai County. I've raised them here. I've got 2 daughters that will be heading away to college here in the next year or 2. We talk often about the fact that there's a good chance that when they go off and get their college degree, both of which are on track to be valedictorian, and they're both 2-sport athletes at Lakeland High School, so I'm very proud of them. They're going to go off, they're going to get an education, and we talk a lot around the dinner table that they're likely not going to be able to come back to the community that they grew up in. So I get the plight of the individuals talking about their young children playing in the street, but the reality is they grow up, they go off to school, and they will be one of those wage earners that may want to come back to their community, and we will have removed any option for them to come back to our community, to either rent an apartment and certainly not purchase a home. And I understand that is a transition. That's a stepping stone. Most of us left mom and dad's, went to school or entered the workforce, rented for a handful of years, marriage, home, kids. It's the pretty consistent trend line in our community. So I get it. I do. I truly do. I understand. And it's the conundrum, because if I find a client that comes to me with 3 acres on the other side of town, and he wants to do a similar project, and I look at him and I think he's responsible and looking out long range for helping curb some of the insane rise of housing prices and trying to create a little niche that first-time homebuyers might be able to capitalize on, we'll get the same turnout in that neighborhood. And we'll just keep moving it around And opposition is gonna keep saying, not here, do it over there. Then we're gonna go over here and they're gonna say, not here, do it over there. And we'll just keep going around. And I don't have one size fits all answer to this solution. I personally believe this is part of the solution. And maybe it doesn't work here. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe the neighborhood is too unified, and maybe, I just don't know. You know? What I have to go by, city code, the guiding document of the city of Coeur d'Alene, which is the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. And based on that comprehensive plan that was adopted 6 months ago, I believe we do check an awful lot of the boxes in that comprehensive plan. That's all I have, unless you have any clarifying questions at this time.
Questions of the applicant before?
No.
No. One question, in the R12 by right, you're figuring, you know, in the duplex world, I figured maybe 15 to 18 units if.
Once I sharpened my pencil, I think I landed somewhere between 17 and 20, so I think we're tracking about the same.
And quick question for Hillary. Hold on, Peter. Quick question for Hillary, or if Tammy's here. How many parking spaces are needed or need to be provided in duplex scenario?
Two per
So it'd be
unit.
the same amount of parking.
Correct.
That's required. Perhaps a little bit less trips. Everything's a little bit less because you have 15 to 18 units.
But we
you're
do
still gonna
lose
have-
that pride of ownership component
well-
because they are absolutely rentals at that point, 100%.
I'm just trying to say by right, and so we can have a discussion on this, but all right, that's the only question I had of you.
Okay, thank
about-
you.
That's where I came out with 15 to 18, somewhere like that.
Okay.
If we have no other questions for the applicant at this, Peter, do you have a question?
Yes, when you say by right, you can build something there now. We're asking to reduce the square footage from 3,500 to 2,200. We've got private roads instead of public roads, no sidewalks. So that seems to me to be cutting down the available property one can use to build a structure. So
Yes.
you can pencil out with roads and a certain existing, you can pencil out these 18 buildings?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go, we have to check, and I don't know, maybe Hillary could weigh in or one of the other planners. I'm trying to figure out what the most narrow public right-of-way is. I think if memory serves, it's 52 feet. Sidewalks, both sides, street side swales, 28 foot back of curb, back of
That's
curb.
refreshing to hear, because in the past, when I've asked this question, maybe I've heard the answer improperly, but they cite me how much the planning says you can have X number of units per acre, per lot. Well, it doesn't take, I don't think it takes in the configuration of the roads and the sidewalks and so forth.
No, I
So
mean,
when
we-
you're going through this, you would take that in consideration under the current code.
Absolutely. I mean, we haven't even gone down this road. The conversation from day one was a twin home product that can be individually owned, but upon thinking to sort of craft a counter argument, it was, okay, if we were to build duplexes, you're still gonna be dealing with, at minimum, 14 to 16 additional dwelling units by right on this property. It would fit.
Mr. Chair, could you or someone explain what it is by right and by PUD? Because I can see that maybe individuals may not fully understand what can currently be, by what right, what it means by right. It doesn't have to come before us or anything.
I'm gonna give that one to Hillary.
So as you were discussing before, there's different uses allowed in each of the zoning districts. So for R12, they could do single family, they could do duplex. And by right means they can just proceed straight to building permit.
It doesn't have to
If
come
they're ready.
before
Now,
us
they'd have
or
to do a
anything.
subdivision in this case too, right, if they're going to proceed with that. So that would, it has different findings. That was part of the findings Tammy presented to you, but that's pretty straightforward. Is it consistent with subdivision code? Does it meet all the standards of the plat? So it just allows them to proceed without asking for deviations through the planned unit development process. But then they also don't offer up the open space or the other provisions.
I do not want to prejudge what we're going to do up here as a group, but I just want to make sure that individuals understand that should his application for a PUD be denied, he still has the right to build on there certainly without coming before anybody else, again, because that is established.
Well, to clarify, they'd still have to do a subdivision, which would come before you, but it's different because, again, the findings are more straightforward. It's not as subjective as a plan.
So trying to clear the picture up, maybe I got it more murky, so after we're done, if you have questions, you can please talk to our.
Maybe I
planner
can
here.
shed a little light on that. On an R12, according to the city documents, there's all sorts of paperwork you can get from the county, the city, you can put duplexes on there. Whether you get 15, 16, 18, 12, you have to abide by all the rules and regulations no matter what the zoning is. And when we say by right, it's, yeah, I'm going to go build, I'm going to put in my plans to the city, and off they go. That's basically when we say by right. They don't have to go anywhere else, and they can build. By right, they can build duplexes on this lot. How many they can get, that's a question of space, swell,
Side yards.
garbage placements, where all that stuff comes into play. But they can, tomorrow, go to the city under this R12 and do what they want to do. The reason they're here is because they put in for a PUD referencing the R17, and that's why they're in front of us, and that's why there was public notice given out that everyone here, I am assuming, got in the mail or saw the sign up on the property, and that's why we're having this discussion. Where this is going to go, we'll find out in a little while, but that is kind of the scenario of how we are here now and what the applicant or the owner of the property can do without coming to us or city council.
I have a question,
Oh.
sir.
Well, if public testimony is closed. I'm sorry.
Question.
Public testimony is closed. Okay, no other questions. I'm going to close public testimony on this and bring it to the council for discussion. Thank you. Go ahead, John, you can start.
Lots of great testimony tonight, and, a lot of you out there, don't want to see your neighborhood change. And it strikes me as though you like that property. Someone called it the Central Park. And, if you don't want change, you're very organized. You pass the hat, get the money, buy it, and turn it into a park. If you don't want change, some change is probably coming. You just kind of heard the dialogue of what can be done by right versus PUD. And I'll say this, though, we've looked at a lot of PUDs up here over the years, and that's our business to kind of know this stuff a little bit. But in my sense, the truest measure of a PUD with the open space, it's cluster housing. You cluster it into a density and create open space. It doesn't add density, it just reorganizes the R12 a little tighter. But the truest test, I think, of a correct PUD is that the resulting PUD that gets approved is one that is a better development than one that was done by right. And I think Commissioner Ward was kind of alluding a little bit, what could development by right look like? Is it 14 units, 12 units? That's a bit of a quirky site, and you put a 50-foot right-of-way in there, I don't know how many units really would fit. But I took this away from this hearing. And at the end of the day, we have to make findings up here. That's what it's about. And as the applicant mentions, he checks a lot of the comp plan boxes. The utilities are there. The fire department signed off on it. There's a lot of support here. The one that I struggle with, and we'll see what the others say, is as Tammy points out in her staff report, page 13, to me, the pivotal finding here is the compatibility issue. And it reads, "The design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent," that's a key word, adjacent properties. You know, we saw the 6 boxes and whatnot, and then a gentleman that did testimony had his own box of the true adjacent properties. We saw that, right? And Tammy's staff report says that the neighborhood is established with larger lot sizes in the area. There are single-family dwellings to the north, east, and west of the subject site. And then she goes on to say that near this site, or often beyond there, you know, there's pocket housing and infill projects and all that sort of thing. So I think for us up here, this B8B is the one we're going to struggle with. And is it compatible with adjacent properties? And that we look at density, architectural style, layout, parking, height, mass, and the bulk and whatnot. So I might support this plan, this very plan, if it was on 15th Street or Best Avenue or Government Way or somewhere like that. But this plan in that location, I can't check that box and say that it's compatible with the neighborhood. I don't see how we can pass B8B finding. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Other comments? Who's next?
All right.
Oh, who's ever? Go ahead.
I guess I would have similar comments to John on that. It's the neighborhood character. We sat through a long amount of public comment on the comp plan, and I think that's a very similar theme. And that's just as the comp plan is general. We're not even talking about a specific development. So I think the community overall supports neighborhood character. I know your community, your neighborhood does too. But I'm looking at some of these parcels on the applicant's narrative, and you look at it, and on what would be 18th, I guess if there was an 18th, has been vacated. And Gilbert gets narrower towards what would be 18th, and 17th has never been widened. So I would like to think that also previous discussions, which I wasn't part of because I wasn't on the planning commission, probably had similar neighborhood character, and there wasn't a need when some of these lots were divided to widen those streets, because that's where you are. You're kind of at the end of what is next to county property. So I would say that that one's the hardest one for me to get past, is the neighborhood character. I think where you're at in Coeur d'Alene, that's just not really fitting with the neighborhood character. And in general, the things that I think on the accommodations to modify, I would really think the setbacks, especially that one twin home that's turned sideways, a 5-foot setback to that neighbor I don't think is appropriate. I think the lot size is smaller in general. Then it would be hard to see the lot size reduced that much to accommodate for this development. And I guess but what I do appreciate that the applicant's doing is finding a way for those to be individually owned, because almost every duplex is investor owned. So I appreciate the applicant coming forth and trying to find ways for people to own the property they live on, but maybe there's a better way to do that. And we talk about the by right. I understand they have rights to do something kind of in between, but maybe they would take the opportunity to explore a different proposal that would allow individual ownership at a lesser density. And I think that might be a way to accommodate both groups. And so I hope that the applicant reaches out to the neighbors and finds a way to use that property and allows you guys to have a voice in how that looks. So I would encourage that discussion to continue. And I think they heard lots of discussion today, but I think hopefully it doesn't stop here and there's more discussion as they develop that parcel.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Bill, go right ahead.
Yeah. To me, there are two parts of this. First, the site plan. And my personal opinion is the site plan is just really overdone. I don't think it's adequate parking for the residents. Garages out here are called shops, as I recall. And if they're a shop, there's not a car in there. One parking space in front is probably not enough. no really minimal parking, if any, on the street. I think just to, it'll create a very congested corridor, which just doesn't work. Things like T-turnarounds, I don't know, it's, everything here is to minimals. And the variances that are asked, now maybe for the twin homes, you have to have them together, but side setbacks and such, I don't see those as being justified. And therefore, I have a real problem with that aspect of it. And when it comes to by right, 12 units by right is controlled by everything else, because zoning doesn't go by one criteria. You want to build a house, you have to have lot coverage, parking, setbacks, roadways, and all of a sudden, 12 units by right won't fit on 2.3 acres unless they're minimal units or units that need a lot of variances. So I just see that as all of that as a problem. I think 15th Street access for sites along its Johnson, that's important. Some of the sites we've approved further to the south did have direct access to 15th Street, which gets you ready to best or down to 90, which I think is helpful and can move traffic. Not saying it's ideal, but it helps. Also, when you look at the comp plan, it talks about things like grid streets. These really aren't grid streets. This is really like country roads to a great extent. And the comp plan is a guide. It doesn't mean that you can build everything wherever you want. And unfortunately, what I see potentially happening here is a leapfrogging effect, which is basically urban sprawl. You know, if you had townhouses here, then you move a little further north, put more townhouses. That's my understanding and the intent of a plan. It's not to put a bunch here and a bunch over here, and wherever you can find the land or the money to build it. And to me, I guess, it's just simply a matter that it's really not compatible at this point with what's all around this particular parcel. At some point, it may be as housing continues to progress up 15th Street, and 15th Street is going to be widened, as I understand it, so it's going to be a busier street. So I think, people need to be prepared for change and try to deal with it, but this is not the change, and this is not the time.
Thank you, Phil.
Go ahead.
I'll be brief.
Line.
Much of what I would say has been said already. I think we are obliged to go through the findings process. I stand by the comp plan and the land use map. I think it was a really good exercise for us. There was a lot of community engagement. I realize some people didn't participate, but it was widely available to the community. And that land use map does show, ideal compatible housing types. But, in looking at it, and you can see what we see if you go to the website, it is clear that this isn't, I think, the right place because of the compatibility and character issue. We used to have, I think, a finding about, or we used to cite kind of neighborhood corridors or arteries as good transition areas to introduce more density. This is not, it's not adjacent, I think, as Commissioner, I don't remember who said it, but it's not really adjacent to other areas with such density. So I think I trust and I hope the intentions and the sincerity of the developer to continue to be creative about housing options for our workforce. I think that is an issue. I couldn't agree with him more. But I think developers and us as a community, we need to sort of soft land this and not just sprinkle really dense projects in the midst of areas that aren't quite compatible with that yet.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I've been doing planning and zoning now in Hayden for 7 years and almost 7 years here. I've never seen a more passionate, engaged local community. I have to say, you guys bring it. And how can we turn a blind eye to that? I am a little stronger than John on my pushback. I think B8A, we are not in conformance with the comp plan in that we have to promote community unity and involvement. This is not doing it. I think we have to maintain a high quality for the residents. You are the residents. We don't know who's coming in the door. I think we have to preserve the existing housing stock. This doesn't do it. This is a slap in the face. I find the conformity, the almost institutional design, because I work in architecture every day, this is too institutional. It's too rubber stamped in a community that's so organic and so appreciative of what they have. And the lawns, I'm opposed to lawns. We suck the water of the aquifer every day to make a pretty green lawn that's useless. Let's farm it, let's grow it, let's make it work for all of us, not just sap away our aquifer. I also have a problem, we need to preserve the natural environment. This doesn't do it. It took down the trees, it's now got asphalt, it's roofing, it's asphalt, it's tight. It doesn't belong here. So for me, this is a no-starter. I have a big problem with the design and planning that is not compatible to this location, setting, or existing uses of adjacent properties. And I just don't think it's complementary. And it may not be the last place in this area like this. There are other areas that we have to watch carefully on here. But I don't think that we should just airdrop in density. There are so many mobile home areas here that will become our housing, that will be close to Costco and will be close, and we're doing it. Why would we put this here? So I endorse all of this community input. This is what why you are here and why we need to listen to you. So if someone wants to make a motion, otherwise I will make a motion.
Well, let's see, Peter, you have
You got
anything to say before we
Peter?
go?
There's
We're still in
absolutely
discussion.
nothing I can add.
He's not our chatterbox.
There's nothing I can add. I congratulate all
something to
you for
say?
being as wise as you are, because I support everything. Thank you very much.
Real quick, if I could, you said you push back stronger on the comp plan element than I. I agree with you, 100%. 100%. What I just wanted to point out, I think in fairness to the applicant, there are some elements in that comp plan, as you read through those, the notion of trying to provide housing stock, of whether it's
absolutely.
some level of affordability and what.
Not here.
But I agree that probably of all of the little comp plan goals, it tips into. I would, if I were making the finding, I would say on aggregate, it's not supported by the comp plan. Some of the elements are there, so thank you.
Yeah,
though.
no, I was very much part like all the rest of you on that comp plan. But I even fight duplexes because of the load of cars going in and out of a isolated island in the middle of low density is difficult. I live across from apartments, and if I have to see one more jalopy stuck on the street for a year or two, and that's what happens. That's what happens. They don't care. It's not their street. They don't care. I just don't want to inflict this on what appears to be a very inviting and social area to our city that we should respect and listen to what you're saying. And I think we have to.
Before I ask for a actual motion, Hillary, we need to make two motions on this particular item, or just this first one, depending on
Let's
where
go
it
through the
goes?
first one. Depending on the outcome, which sounds
Right.
like it's
We don't have
probably
to do the
determined,
second
then you
motion,
probably wouldn't need to do the
depending
second
on the outcome
one.
of the first one. All right. I do want to say, I want to thank everyone for being here, and the community speaking up. I want to thank the applicant for being here and being patient enough to answer some of the questions that were expressed, and he tried to address those. I kind of have a feeling where this is going. I compliment my fellow commissioners, and I'm not going to repeat what they said, but I agree with all my commissioners on what they did say. This will be developed at some point in time. What it's going to be developed at, I'm not sure. Whether it'll ever come back to a public hearing again, I'm not sure. So, but I'm now going to ask for a motion. Lynn?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
This matter having come before the Planning Commission on August 9th, 2022, and there being present a person requesting approval of item PUD 2021-3-22, a request for a planned unit development known as Kaufman Estates PUD. The applicant Todd Kaufman, the location, plus or minus 2.23 acre parcel located south of east side of North 17th Street and East Steiner Avenue and south of the Nettleton Gulch Road. Our findings include the boilerplate B1 through B6, which are the presentation itself and the posting of that, this presentation. B8, pursuant to section 17.07.230 planned unit development review criteria, a planned unit development may be approved only if the proposal conforms to the following criteria to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission. The proposal is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. This is based on, and I'm going to point out just the ones that I observed, that the C1-2 maintain a high quality of life for residents and business that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. I think it fails on that merit. Objective C1 2.1, maintain the community's friendly, welcoming atmosphere and its small town feel. On recreation, goal ER1, preserve and enhance the beauty and health of Coeur d'Alene's natural environment. I think it's a little too urban in a very rural area. Objective ER 2.3, encourage and maintain public access to mountains, natural areas, parks, and trails that are easily accessible by walking and biking. I think we're challenged in this tight neighborhood. And then growth and development, goal GD1, develop a mix of land uses throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. I think the public in that area has made it clear that's not going to be achievable. And then GD 1.5, recognize neighborhoods and district identities. Very loud and clear, we heard you. We didn't quite make it on this one. 8B, the design and planning of the site is not compatible with location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. Too many cars, too many occupants, not a safe environment for children, which there are a large populace in, and just generally an issue of wrong solution, right idea, wrong place. B8C, the proposal is not compatible with the natural features of the site. From what we understand is there may be some water issues, but we can't speak to that. That is a city and certainly the builders, developers' concern. B8D, location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will not be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services, a big concern expressed by those who are using that on a daily basis. B8E, the proposal does not provide adequate private common open space as determined by the commission. Well, it appears to. I shouldn't say that. The proposal does provide adequate private common space. It just doesn't seem to be compatible to this area. 8B, 8F, off-street parking appears not to provide adequate parking for what we believe would be the intensity of this development. B8G, that the proposal does not provide, or does provide for an acceptable method for the perpetual maintenance of all common property through the HOA that they would determine. They also agreed that possibly a covenant so that there would be no VRBO rentals or sublets on that. In conclusion, the Planning Commission, pursuant to the aforementioned, finds the request of Todd Kaufman for approval of the planned unit development as described in the application should be denied without prejudice.
Thank you very much. Anyone have anything they want to add to this motion?
I would second, but with one correction.
Sure.
I would say that it only provides adequate open space with modification. Because I think they
That's fine.
did meet that, but only by us allowing modification.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, I have a first and I have a second. Roll call, Shannon, please.
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes is denial.
Right.
Yes, denial.
Took a
Yes,
second.
this is
Sorry.
for
Not a yes
denial.
to the-
Yes, for
Yes to
denial.
denial.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes.
Ward. Messina.
Yes. Okay. The appeal process on this, Hillary or Randy?
Yeah, so, excuse me, so 15 days after today's meeting, they need to appeal within that time frame.
Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Although you don't have to go through all of the findings on the subdivision application, there should be a motion to deny because of mootness. It's moot because of the decision on the PUD. So there should be at least a action by the commission on the subdivision ordinance.
Thank you. Lynn, can you make
Yep,
that motion?
I'll make the motion. This Coeur d'Alene Planning Commission finding order S-3-22. This matter having come before the Planning Commission on August 9th, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. We just need just a denial. You
Just
don't have to
denial.
go through the whole findings packet.
Okay, I was just going to cover that part of it. Okay, so based on our,
Motion just for denial.
a motion of
that,
denial of the
S-3-22.
S-3-22.
So I get a little clarification on here. It's on here, the proposed 24 lot is an S-222.
got
In
3-22.
our findings,
three.
it's a S-3-22 for our actual,
I think that
if
was
we
just
made
a
that.
typo
So it is
in the
S2-22?
findings. Yep,
Okay,
S-222.
so make a motion just to deny the S-2-22.
Oh, because we've got it, okay.
Is that correct?
Are you sure that's correct? Because I just did S-3-22.
The PUD
You know,
is the S-3-22.
it must be S3. There's probably a typo on the other
S3.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
A
All right.
motion to deny the PUD S-3-22.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Roll call, Shannon?
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes. Okay. Now we're moving on. Next is SP-22, Coeur d'Alene Homes, Inc., doing business as Orchard Ridge Senior Living.
Get quick. Hope there's nobody in here.
A proposed R34 density increase special use permit.
Can we just say yes and go?
It'll take me a second to get this up so we can let the room clear out.
Yeah,
Please
just give
carry
us,
conversations out into the hallway so we can continue our meeting. Thank you.
appreciate that.
Goodness gracious.
All right, so going back in time here, back in the Dave and John days, I think we would say if we could get to the next hearing before 10 o'clock, we would continue, and we've come under the wire, so
9:25.
we'll finish this one off, and thank you so much for your service and your time tonight. Okay, so tonight we have SP 222, which is an R34 special use permit in an R17 zone. The applicant is Coeur d'Alene Homes, Inc. The consultant is Gordon Longwell. The location of this is at 704 West Walnut, which I will show here in a second. The request is to increase the density of the site. The applicant has indicated in their narrative that the proposal would relieve some of the high-end demand for senior apartments, offer a choice for those who do not qualify for HUD subsidized apartments, increase demand for retail and healthcare services nearby, help seniors age in place, and encourage couples to live together or near each other on the campus. Speaking of rewinding the clock, Planning Commission heard a similar request back in 2015. It also had a PUD at that time. They didn't need a PUD this time. They're able to meet their setbacks, but they are requesting the R34 special use permit. They asked for a 1-year extension, and it expired because they hadn't pulled the permit at the time, so it's a very similar request. Here is a location map, and this is showing a larger section of the community here and where the Centennial Trail is. Some of these got thrown off and when they got brought over here. The Spokane River Bridge, where city limits is at, and then the subject property here on the corner of 95 and the exit off of Northwest Boulevard. This is up close. Older aerial photograph showing the building here. That structure has since been demolished. It is a vacant site at this point. So there are normally three findings that need to be made for a special use permit. In this case, for R34, there is an additional one, and we'll get to that here in a moment. First finding is that the proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Property is in the city limits. It is known as an urban neighborhood place type, which is one more, I guess, more dense than the compact neighborhood that we had just heard tonight. And so here up close in that in that land use map is what that makeup is for future land use types. This is a description. Like Tammy, I won't go and read this into the record, but you can see the property is zoned R17 and that an R34 special use permit is something that could be supported, assuming they can meet all of the findings. So the existing and planned bicycle network, you can see here that there is connectivity to the site, as well as some improvements. We'll see that the state has made a couple of improvements on US 95, and then the existing transit network, which is CityLink, and where that location is at. There's a pickup just around the corner on Lincoln Way. The comprehensive plan policy framework, staff felt that it met 4 areas of the policy framework: community and identity, growth and development, health and safety, jobs and economy. I've listed all of those out in your staff report. It is on page 9 if you want to read through that directly. So the next finding is B8B, is that the design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. So the subject property is gently sloped at less than 5% along Northwest Boulevard exit ramp up to the proposed building site, where a recently demolished structure would be replaced by the proposed building. So the property along US 95 frontage is generally flat. The abutting properties are owned by the same nonprofit and are similar use or a campus-style arrangement. The land uses in the area are primarily multifamily, residential, and civic, with some single-family residential and commercial uses located north of the US Highway 95 and Walnut Avenue, and some single-family and residential duplex located east of Lincoln Way. So here's the site plan. This was provided by the applicant. So in doing that, the math, R34 would increase the potential of the site from 35 units to 68, and the height would increase from 45 by right to up to 63-foot height. It's also good to note that if the structure reaches 50,000 square foot, for that structure, that design review will be required. The applicant has indicated they probably will meet that standard, so there will be additional eyes in the future on the design of the structure itself. So here's the zoning and generalized land use. You can see the property is zoned R17. Across US 95 there is commercial and R12. A lot of commercial along Northwest Boulevard, and then some limited commercial on US 95 as it wraps north as it heads towards Ironwood Shopping Center. The generalized land use is largely civic in the area. Like I said, much of this is owned and a campus. This is an apartment building. We have Winton Elementary and Winton Park to the north. So here are some site photos. You know, when you think of this in your mind's eye, sometimes you think there's a little bit more slope there, but really the slope doesn't happen until you get to the other side of the Northwest Boulevard off-ramp, where this is where a lot of that slope comes from, and then north of 95. So as those lines get closer together, that's where the slope can be identified. So finding B8C is that the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services. On pages 14 and 15 of the staff report are the full comments that were provided by staff. Suffice it to say that staff has indicated there are adequate public services and facilities, and any infrastructure improvements are responsibility of the developer. And last but not least, the final finding. So this is finding R34, is that the proposal is or is not in close proximity to an arterial, shopping, schools, and park areas. If it is an adult-only apartment complex, proximity to schools is not required. So I got this from Google. Here's the location of the subject property. You can see that there is shopping and parks nearby. Winton Park, there is a school, NIC, as well as Winton. Doesn't necessarily apply in this case because they would probably be deed restricted to 62 years of age or older. But Ironwood Shopping Center is up here as well. So those items can be met by looking at this map. So with that, legal notice was mailed to the property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and printed in the Coeur d'Alene Press as required by city code. Planning Commission, as a condition of approval, may establish reasonable requirements. Planning did have one condition of approval, although it's mostly related to time of building permit. They have indicated that they would like a reduction of parking, which requires that the occupants be 62 years of age or older. So we would need that to be recorded prior to CO or TCO on the property. And so with that, I'll wrap it up. The Planning Commission will need to make, or will need to consider this request and make appropriate findings to approve, deny, or deny without prejudice.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for your patience tonight. Any questions for Sean? No? Okay. Bring it on to.
Right. The applicant has requested that I put up the site plan for him, and here it is. Thank you so much.
Gordon? I bet you didn't think you were going to be here this late.
I'm Gordon Longwell. I live at Hayden Lake, Idaho.
You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Well, go right ahead. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask if it's okay if Ann Johnson speaks as well.
I'll do.
What
Yes,
I
you
would
can
do is, when I introduce her, then you can swear her.
Yes, I will. Come on up, Ann, if you'd like to, whenever.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'm Gordon Longwell, a local architect, and representing the Orchard Ridge Senior Living, formerly known to most of us that have lived here this long, Coeur d'Alene Homes, Inc. We are before you tonight to request a density increase to R34 to accommodate our need for additional senior housing on our campus. Our campus has over 12 acres. It contains 154 one-bedroom HUD subsidized units and 69 assisted living and memory care units. That project also was provided by HUD financing. All these projects applied and were granted a density increase to an R34 or better. 7 years ago, as Sean indicated, we were before you requesting a PUD and a special use permit for this same 2-acre parcel. You were gracious enough to not only approve the request, but also to increase the allowed units to be built to the maximum of 68 units on this 2 acres. Unfortunately, being a nonprofit organization, we found difficulty in obtaining our financing to get that project underway. And I have to apologize, I state this as if it's my project or our project. I served on their board for 6 years, so it's very important to me that we get this project through. I will now ask Ann Johnson, our executive director, to come forward, and I'd like to have her talk about our mission and a little bit about how this project provides better options for our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ann. Do you solemnly swear to and/or affirm, I'm tired of putting up my hand, that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, Ann. Go ahead.
It's just a privilege to serve in an organization. I've been there for 13 years that has such a strong reputation in our community for care, for providing a faith-based loving home that honors older adults. and that trust we have in our community to do that. So, but during that 13 years I've been at Orchard Ridge, I've seen a gap, and that one of those gaps is, I'll give you an example. Currently, we have a man who visits almost every day. He's in his 80s. He drives to our campus. Yikes. He visits his wife who's in our memory care. And he's asked me several times, when's this project going to happen? Because he wouldn't qualify for our affordable low-income housing. He needs a place that he can be on our campus, walk over and visit his wife. I've seen this numerous times, and we can't supply that need. And the need for couples to age in place together is a huge thing, where one won't have fear of at some point needing assisted living and then having to move away. They can just transition on our campus. So that's a huge need, and that this project fulfills that need. Just living on our campus with the peace of mind that you're taken care of. And with that, I'm just going to turn it back over to Gordon, because this is past my bedtime.
Almost past ours.
Thank you, Ann. Basically, I had Sean put the site plan up here. I actually submitted drawings with the proposal, but this is really the only drawing that got put in the staff report. So basically, as Sean has indicated, is that our project consists of 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom units to serve a population of 62 years of age or older. We really want that targeted market for 2 reasons. Number one is the average age of our residents on our campus is 80 to 84. And so basically, we want provide the ability to age in place on our campus, and that's really what our goal is. Due to the elevation change on the property, there is some elevation. This is proposed to be a 4-story building, at which the lower level is a walkout level, but it's only half the full depth of the building on the main 2nd and 3rd floors. So on the 2nd floor, which would be the main floor, which would be on the northern part of this drawing, or the east direction, is accessed at grade as well. So we accommodate handicap access to a lot of our units. And of course, the building is fully accessible with elevators and exit ways. But basically, the 62 and older age group is really a targeted market. We're not doing it because we don't want to provide the parking that's necessary. You can see that I'm actually showing 69 parking spaces in this site plan. But we know that as people age in place, the need for parking diminishes. And so some of that additional parking may be used as guest parking, or it may be used as auxiliary parking for staff. We believe this project is a good example of what writers of your new comp plan had in mind when they came up with the urban neighborhood classification. Our location and our campus provide the amenities that this land use describes. We're within walking distance of businesses, parks, other civic activity spaces. Also, we are within walking distance to grocery stores in the area. We are on an arterial, actually 2, Northwest Boulevard, as well as US 95 and then Lincoln Way. The adjacent properties are our campus structures, the garden, which is our assisted living and memory care facility, Grove 1 and 2, and then Grove 3, which fronts onto Lincoln Boulevard. Adjacent to those is the cemetery and the captain's apartment building, which is an R34 development as well. So we don't have any property or any development adjacent to this property that is anything other than an R34 density project. The impact of our senior housing, as Sean indicated in his presentation, provide options for our campus. And as Ann indicated, the most important of those is to provide couples to live together on our campus. We have no two-bedroom units on our entire campus. So a couple, and what we find is, as we all age, that sometimes even though we have a loving spouse, we sometimes can't sleep at night, and so we have to have another bedroom in order for both parties to get a good night's sleep. So 2 bedrooms are important for us, not necessarily for visitors, but really for the 2 occupants of the dwelling. In addition to that, this project will allow our seniors to age in place, increase demand on the local retail and healthcare facilities nearby, and offer a choice for those that do not qualify for HUD subsidized housing. That's one of the problems that we've had in the 6 years I was on the board for originally Coeur d'Alene Homes and now the Orchard Ridge, was because of HUD funding on all of our projects. Our hands were really tied in how we could actually move forward in doing our next project and whatnot. So we've actually worked on this project so long that we are basically providing with conventional financing for this building, which will allow us to be more at market rents, allow for those people whose spouses are in our assisted living or memory care can actually rent an apartment on campus and not have to basically travel across the city. We believe this project, along with our over 100 years of serving our aging community, is in conformance with your comp plan, and we encourage your approval of this request. I thank you for your time, your consideration, and your service to our community. I will now take any questions that you may have.
Questions?
I guess in a previous career, I did HUD audit, and prior to Ann being there, I got to work with this group of people, and this has been a long time in the planning, and I'm excited for you guys to get there, so.
Great.
Thank you, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, no questions for Gordon. I have a few people signed up, 2 people that are not here left. So I'm going to close public testimony on this and bring it to the commission for a motion. Please. John?
Go for it.
Well, I think this is a no-brainer. I think I'd like to float a motion.
Go,
I didn't think that was that funny, but you guys are getting punchy. So this would be a motion in favor of SP-2-22 as a matter that's come before the Planning Commission on August 9th, 2022, and there being present a person requesting approval of item SP-2-22, an R34 density increase special use permit in the R17 zoning district. Applicant being the Coeur d'Alene Homes, Inc., doing business as Orchard Ridge Senior Living on a parcel that is plus or minus 1.993 acres associated with 704 West Walnut Avenue, known as Lot 3, Block 1 of Coeur d'Alene Homes. The motion would adopt findings B1 through B7. Those are background factual statements. B8, that the special use criteria as a special use permit may be approved only if the proposal conforms with all of the following criteria to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission as follows. B8A, that the proposal is in conformance with the comp plan, specifically supports balance of housing products, health and safety, HS1 well supported there, as well as HS 1.2 is services for city's aging population. So comp plan is met. B8B, that the design and planning is compatible with the location and setting and existing uses on the subject properties, both based on Sean's presentation and your testimony that the abutting property owners are abutting properties are owned by the same entity, a nonprofit, and that they're all in the similar use, same use in a campus-style arrangement. For as far as the R34 goes, make the as part of that B8B finding that the proposal is in close proximity to schools, shopping, and parks, as both Sean and Mr. Longwell point out. B8C, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will be adequately served by streets, public facilities, and utilities. That's based on Sean's presentation as well as the staff report comments from the various staff on pages 14 and 15 in the staff report. Water, wastewater, all that's in good shape. As for R34, we would adopt the finding that, that it's in close proximity to US 95 and served by a major arterial. With that the Planning Commission pursuant to the aforementioned would find that Coeur d'Alene Homes, Inc., doing business as Orchard Ridge Senior Living, request for a special use permit as described in the application should be approved with the one special condition that the parcel shall be deed restricted to residents 62 years of age or older to qualify for the reduced parking standard prior to the issuance of a CO or TCO.
Thank you, John. I have a motion. Any other discussion? If not, I need a second.
I'll second.
Second.
I have a second. Roll call. Shannon, please.
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes. Okay, SP-2-22 is approved.
I move to adjourn.
Thank you very much.
Second.
I got Coke.
Make a motion to adjourn.
We've got 3 seconds.
All in favor?
We all are.
We're good.
Aye.
That one felt so good.
Coke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.